And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the garden live stream. We are going here and looking around. Okay, so yeah, I was recently doing a live stream about a couple of different things. And we did it, and in Australia, there is some what you would call red clouds. I mean, a red sky in Australia. So it's really crazy. So they have these red skies, and it looks very creepy because it looks like an apocalypse is happening. Right? And when people have that happen, they're going to, with all the comets and meteors falling out the sky, it will make people wonder if the end is near. The end is going to be going on. So I do think it's a sign of something, and it's not just what people think. I think it can be a sign of something else happening. Okay, and right here is where we look in the woods where you have the banded puppies come out. Yeah, so anyway, in Western Australia, I definitely do think, I'll have to go confirm if it really happened over there. Oh, hey, Lori, welcome to the stream. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, so I have to really go and confirm if that's what really happened, but perspective, it does seem like it was the case. Yeah, facts. Shout out to Lori. Welcome to the stream, and look at the moon. The moon's going through the trees right now. See, this is just an enchanting sight. So, I know there's like beeping in the background, but now it stopped. So you see, you have this secluded place. Like, this reminds like a Celtic forest. Like one of Adrian von Ziegler's videos. Yeah, because I like the peaceful news. Yeah, the peaceful moon. Yeah, noise. Yeah. So, yeah, chat, we are looking at the moon right now, and we'll be looking to see if there's any UFOs that'll be lurking around. Thank you, Sonny. Yeah, AVZ. Yeah, he's a genius. I listened to him, back in school I listened to him. It's almost like being, in the ancient Celtic times. Yeah, there's lots of orbs that have been seen recently that people think they're comets, but they're technically, they're meteors, but they're technically, in my opinion, an orb, because sometimes they go fly around. They're not really doing what orbs usually do. From Temu, right? So when you have a Temu Sheen orb or a Temu Sheen comet, it starts flying around on its own. A comet's supposed to just fall to the ground, but this thing's not doing that. It's just streaking across the sky. Yeah, oh yeah, I agree. It looks very enchanting, and it just looks like layers. Like the way, you see how this is being filmed? Like, it's filmed through layers of trees. You could be looking at a movie right now or something, or a picture. Yeah, Smokey, very pretty. And welcome, Moki, to the live. Glad to have you here. And yeah, so this is the moon going through the tree right now. And this is where I walk at night. So, for instance, this is how dark it looks without the light on. But this is the light on. Right? So this is where we look for the banded puppies. And what's a banded puppy? It's a raccoon. And a lot of times we'll see red eyes dart around. Oh, these glowing eyes. And they're real spooky. So, yeah. I'll give you the tour. Okay, and this right here is it looks like another kind of plant, but it's really just a giant ragweed, Moki. It's I use them as a hedge, like a privacy hedge, and it's good for, a nice plant that looks cool. And there's the moon, and we're going to look at this right here. So the moon, yeah, you see the moon and the train sounds really nice together. Yeah, it's a very peaceful night, and I hear the crickets and different bugs in the distance. Yeah, so you have that right there. And yeah, you got these, and I was laughing about Claude having zoomies and posturing at the news last night. I watched replay. Yeah, we need an orb. We need an orb to come out, and we have to keep watching these skies for one of those orbs to come down, which I have seen them before out here, so we can possibly see an orb sighting. And going over to this position, oh, it's a glow. It's a glow. Oh, I'm glad to clear this out. Anyway, okay, so this is the clear sky, right, where we could see everything. We see different stars. Oh, that's a really pretty scene. Okay, so that is. Good evening, Vash. Welcome. This is the palm tree right here. All right, that looks like an orb, but it may not be an orb. Anyway, so this is the palm tree, and that is the tree that kind of glows at night, but it's like in the distance. And so that is the palm tree. All right, and this is a maze right here. This is basically the alien maze. Moki, look at this. This is crazy. You see, it's like you're walking in this place and it's real dark, not like this, right? But instead, this thing is lurking right there. And one time I brushed up against it, and it was kind of like a tingling feeling, and I was like, yikes. Something you don't want to, run into, really. And they're Louisiana berries, apparently. Yeah. So these are just some things that grow wild. When I see a Moki, I talked about aliens 10 years ago with my buddy on the phone right there. The garbage can's been there the whole time. And yeah, that's where I went and did it. And I used to go explore in there, but some back there was cleared out. But still, this is a cool thing to see. Right. And yeah, this is the glow of the moon. It just looks like the middle of nowhere, although there's noises in the distance. Yeah, and now the moon, the lunar glow can't be completely visible, but it's there. And going this way. All right, there was some noise in the distance. There was someone going down the street with music, so I had to go and silence myself for a second. All right, so anyway, yeah, this is the... Anyway, this is the part right here where... Yes, love the raccoons, yes. Oh, Moki, on the other stream, I'll show you a replay of a raccoon, and he was, like, right next to me, like, right here, and he was standing up and looking around. It was cool. All right, so, yeah, these are the plants that people tell me it's weed, but it's actually it's like a ragweed. All right, okay, and we see these are like a pea-type plant. They're kind of like peas. Yeah, and this is like kind of like a milkweed. Yeah, this is when I was doing the... This is when I was doing the maintenance, on the side right there. And, you know, that was part of my garden quest. Anyway, so, yeah, these are some other ones that are here. This is under, haha, watch you expose your mom's weed farm. Just kidding. Yeah, I'm exposing her weed farm. Yep. I'm exposing the weed plantation. And Lori Vash says, how is it going? And I got all the way up into here. Yeah, you see, it's not what it looks like. It's like people think it's a type of weed, but it's not really that type of weed. Yeah, and you see all that the ganja good right there. Scared. Oh, I'll show you the fungus plants. So right here is so hey, does it work? 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 Okay, it's coming back. Okay, good. Okay, it's gonna go off for one more. Okay, I'm gonna cut off for another moment. Okay, I'll be right back in 1 moment. Okay, tell me, chat, if I'm back now. All right, so is it back? Out of curiosity. Okay, so Moki, are you here? I have something to show you. And so let's see what she says. All right. Anyway, and yeah, I just got too low to the ground and it caused the connection to go out for a moment. Okay, thank you, Moki. Okay, so right here, you have these other types of plants that have a fungus on it. And it's an orange type of fungus that is spread around the different plants all over the place, these clovers. And it looks really kind of crazy looking, like it's from space. And the fungus communicates with each other. And yeah, it's called clover rust. All right. So that's what that is. They made green clovers that usually are green into orange colored. All right. And yeah, and DJ, hey DJ, I am doing good, bro. I was watching trials today and looking at some crazy cases with my friends. I'm doing good and enjoying the garden, and I hope that you're doing well. Peace and love to you too. All right, and right here is the broccoli. Now this time, hello backwards. It could be frostbite from a point of view, but it's actually rustbite technically. So in this region, you have this broccoli that's growing, and it has like it doesn't have the morning dew on it just yet, but yeah, that's the broccoli. It is very good to have broccoli right from the plant. It tastes much better. So that is the broccoli right there. Oh, your girl took over your bed. Okay. Scared. All right, and right here is the spinach. So it's winter spinach, and it has a nice, scared. It has a nice green. Yes, Smokey, a raccoon would get me. Yes. Yeah, with a bag of food, the raccoons would certainly devour me. That is true. And yeah, so that is the broccoli. I mean, that is the spinach. Raccoons usually come out a little bit later at night, but they could come around this time too. This is a wild daikon plant. Yeah, scared. And this plant is, from Japan. And a year ago, when I grew this, I let one of the plants live a natural life cycle and not eat it. And its descendant grew this right here. So that is cool. Right in there too. You have it. So that is the wild daikon that grows. Yeah, so the raccoon was right there. And was standing up on his hind legs, and Claude was over here. Sitting down. Oh, thank you, DJ. Thank you. I'm going to be I cleared this out because I'm going to be putting the summer crops here. A bunch of summer stuff here. That was just some winter plants that I was growing. A lot of the stuff was harvested. So yeah, I'm going to be growing some different things in this region. Some could say that we're aliens in the garden at play. It's a sound garden. Technically, Chicken Man, it is a sound garden, because if you take this elephant ear plant right here, that is Claude right there. There he is. All right. Oh, these are crocs, actually. Yeah, they're crocs. Okay, and this cat's trying to do something. Okay, and trying to, let's just be right here and see, it's Claude in the live stream. Hey, Claude. Yay. Yeah. So, yeah, I'm just gonna stay here and stay out of trouble. Because he's trying to chase another cat, probably. And let's do this. Okay. And, oh, hello, Mermaid. Welcome to the stream. Nice to have you. Come on. Okay. Mermaid, how are you doing today? It's nice to see you in chat. I hope that you're doing well and had a good day. And Claude is the AI Pacino of the garden. Yeah, he's a tough one. He certainly is a fighter. Yeah. His glowing eyes are darting around. Okay, and yeah, no, Al Pacino. I was about to say what that was. Al Pacino. Gooby is doing the same thing and now just hanging. Okay, that's cool. All right, and then we see our Claude friend right here. He likes to go and stalk. Yeah, Claude is gangsta. Yeah, Claude is gangsta. Yeah, what he does is he likes to go and chase the tree mice, the tree rats, not tree mice. Yeah, I love that cat too. He has a really fiery personality to him. Yeah, he does claw buys. Yeah. No. Okay. I've never seen the cats fight raccoons before. There's a few instances that had happened. One time it occurred there's when a raccoon and a cat may have had a standoff or something, or sometimes they bat them away. But the raccoons are usually very nice. They're kind of like, they just kind of, like, you could bat a raccoon and they usually they just run off. They don't really put up a fight with the cats. Yeah, Gooby needs a leash, and so does this cat. Oh, thank you, Ashley. Ashley Queen, welcome to the stream. Yeah, so they don't usually fight raccoons. Not from my experience. There's been instances in history of them maybe having a standoff. I mean, not a standoff, but one batting one, raising their paw at one. But that's about it. Usually the raccoons just kind of are shy and they kind of go away. Raccoons kill each other, though. Man, they could really devour each other. Man, scared. So that's something else that they do. They could really go at each other's throats. And raccoons sound very scary when they get into a fight. They go, rah. By the way, I can make a pigeon noise. I made like an owl pigeon noise just now. There you go. Yeah, scared. Highly developed souls exist in some cats. Yeah, I do agree with that. I do agree with that. And yeah, noise. Nice. Oh, the tree mice. Tree rats. Oh, they're all over the place. Whoa. That's what Claude was trying to get. Whoa. Yeah, those are those tree rats. So Claude was trying to go after the tree rats. Okay. Well, I'm glad I got it on video for y'all to see this time, for y'all that don't believe me. Okay, see, look. He's watching something. Chat, it's like National Geographic up in here. It's like the Discovery Channel. Yes, Claude knows the truth. Absolutely. Okay, what's this? All right. There he is. I don't know what he's trying to go for, but all right. And here we go. I don't know what he's trying to be up to now. Sees another mouse or something. Not really too sure. Yeah, alligators and monkeys. Don't tempt him. He'll scale that tree in a few seconds. Right. All right. Let's see what else he's trying to do. Yeah, he's going to climb up there. And we see you, Claude. Definitely see you. Yeah, Claude knows the truth. He knows what's going on. Yeah, he's got the tail. Yeah. Oh, thank you, Santos. Thank you. Yeah, he's definitely a fighter. He's a good cat and a fighter. All right, and yeah, stealth moves. Gooby would be big trouble if he no longer hang outside. Right. This cat is primarily an outside cat. He doesn't really. He doesn't go inside. Oh, thank you, Santos. I appreciate it. Yeah, he's beautiful with striking colors and leopard print. Yeah, and that is awesome. By the way, and look at this strange plant right here. It is a weird plant right here, and that's a stink bug. Okay, and this is clawed on the wheel. That's an old wheelbarrow from a while back. Oh, he sees something. Whoa. Yes, there's rats all over the place right now. There's rats in these trees. Moki says, my cat wakes me up by knocking everything off my nightstand. I have to put everything on the floor, and even the alarm clock. Oh, Lord. It sounds like what our cats do. Chat. Whoa. Tree rat. Yes, rats. Look at that right there. Whoa. Oh, there's another one. There's two of them. Chat, this is wild. Whoa. No, it's an outside cat. Yeah, he's found his dinner. Yes, they eat them. Yeah. Just what I said about the say dinner here. Yeah. Yeah. All right, so right now we have a cat that is going to get his dinner. And he is eyeballing. I thought maybe he was going to try to find another cat, but he was hunting. So I'm glad that he found his prey. You got this, Claude. Oh, yeah. Yours just kills him? Okay. All right, let's see. Yeah, he's eating one. Oh, uh-oh. He's coming down now. We're watching a standoff between a cat and the rat. Okay, the rat went out of sight, but it's somewhere in there. Okay, it's... Yeah, out of sight and out of mind. Yeah. So that is his bed right there that he uses to... I'm going to have to go to bed, but thank you for letting me see the garden. I hope everyone has a good night, and I'll see you. Okay, Moki. Good night to you. Okay, I could go and that. Yeah, so, and you take care. Thank you, Moki. Glad that you saw the garden. All right. And I blew you a kiss, Smokey, even if you didn't see it. I did. All right. So this is a standoff between the cat. Oh, I see. Oh, it's right above me. Okay, the rat went right above me over my head and into this tree right here. You heard it. Okay, good. Okay, I'm glad you heard it. Facts. Okay, so the rat went into a tree above my head. Don't let the boogeyman. Don't let the boogeyman get y'all, chat. Boogeyman's lurking. Yeah. So. Oh, the rats just went that way. Wow. Wow. Scared. All right. All fun till the rat poops and. Yeah. It's all fun until I'm talking and the poop lands in my mouth. I'm waiting for Claude to use you as a stepping stool to jump on a tree. All right. Look how disturbing that moon is. Wow. Wow, this moon is really dark. OMG Alien O literally had seen animals go pooty, tears, and just falls. Right. Let's see, look at that star. So there's the moon and the star. Okay, he's still looking at something. Yes, Venus, correct. A frog. Oh, it's so great to see you. Oh, yeah, that's right. That's right. Okay, frog is lurking around here. Okay. And I do hear movement, and maybe it is frog. And let's see if he is this way. All right. And okay, in this darkness, we're going to find our frog. He is with his thong and his big muscular self. Oh, you see me? Yes. Okay. Right there. Right through there. I see him. Yeah, I see him in the darkness right that way. Yeah. Okay, so that is frog. And he has his thong and his muscular self. And I see them right there. Right there. Yes. Finally, on the live stream, on the Garden Live, we finally got our frog cryptid on camera. Way in the darkness. We have finally solved the case. And going deeper in. Okay. Scared. Okay, he likes to jump on top of things, like up there. He likes to go on those things. And we cannot see our frog, but his presence is definitely there in the shadows. Oh, uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, there's the raccoon. There's a banded puppy right there. Because he knows that frog is coming. Yep, and so shout out to Frog that is lurking in the darkness. Right there. Okay, so that was the raccoon. I'm getting close. Okay, I'm getting closer. I'm getting closer. So much going on in that garden. Yeah. Got fans and frogs and trees, rodents. Oh my, yeah. You see, look, these right here are really, really crazy, right? And this is barricading the path to where the frog lair is in there. Yeah, raspberries. So, yeah, in there, the frog cryptid lies. See, you can't see him, but he's there. Right? He is there. Okay. And let's see what's going on this way. Did he catch? I believe in Jesus Christ, Silas. What on earth is this? Might be that new cat. Oh, I see. Look at those eyes, chat. Right there. Yeah, the dewberries, actually. Yeah. Yeah, most of us believe in Christ. Yes. That is ghoulish. The eyes of the frog. Scared. Scared. Hello, Lucky. Lucky Lindy Star, welcome on board the spaceship. Yeah, it's an alien. Yeah. Y'all's guess is good as mine. Scared. Yo, Lucky. So, we are in my garden where there's lots of activity and tree rats and some weird, some mysterious critter right there. Hello, Tane. Welcome to the stream. So that is what we're doing. We're enjoying the evening, watching the garden live. Watching the garden and the different creatures and critters and that are in here, and looking at different plants too. We do these lives every day, and that's what we're doing at the moment. Hope you're doing well, Lucky and Tane. Hope y'all both had a good day today. And we are just seeing what this is. Scared. It probably is a cat, but I have no idea. We're just kind of in the dark here. Oh, thank you, Lucky. I know, it looks like I'm in the middle of nowhere, and I'm on my last leg. I know. Well, it might be a feral one. It's probably a feral cat. But it's a little bit in the woods where I can't really... the cat is safe. He can get out of there if it's really a cat there. Okay, you're multitasking. So, yeah, the cat, whatever it is, he or she is like kind of a little far away from me. That one I can pet. Like watch this. Let's see. He's kind of animated right now, but yeah, I could pet him. It could be a possum. We definitely have those around here. He is a good cat wearer, Lugga, very good cat. And we are going to see if this cat wants to come out or not, as it lurks in the shadows. Sure, you go. You can go smell it. You can tell us if it's really a possum or maybe it's an alien, because we needed our smell detector on board just for a time like this. Glad that you came aboard when we summoned you. We do not need canines anymore. We have you, Roast. We have you instead. Yeah, shout out to the aliens. And he's still just chilling there. He's yawning. Right. And get serious, dude. Look for it's a possum shaped nose. Be scientific about it. Well, you can be scientific about it because you're the scientist of the spaceship, obviously. You know, I am just an alien. I don't even have a nose, dude. I'm a gray alien. I have no nose, but that's why I summoned you here, because you have the nose of a champion, right from Temu. Exactly, bro. You got that nose. Okay, is it gonna come out? Uh-oh. What's this? What? Something went in. I guess one of them went in there. Right? It looks like the. By the way, that's the. I told Mermaid about the cat house. And this is the cat house. And in 2017 or 18, the roof collapsed, and I have to go put a new one on it, and it'll be fixed. But yeah, and it looks a little bit like it's been worn out because it's older, but it's still standing and doing well. It has to be refurbished. So that is the cat house that I'm going to be working on for Aldino. Oh, okay. Thank you, Roast. Thank you for your expertise. This is where I grew all kinds of plants in the past and some cash crops too. When I was little, I built this gate structure many like over 10 years ago. Yeah, that's when I built it. And kind of go in more detail. I've not been in this in a long time. Let's go this way. Well, I mean, you can't even really get to it, but we'll try. And, well, the smart thing to do is to go this way. That's what a smart person would do. Okay, so right here is where I would plant these different things, and right here is a gate that you can lift up, and it closes off this whole thing, so it's all enclosed. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, as long as it doesn't attack me. Facts. Yeah, see, that's the peaceful moon, and there's a peaceful palm tree with a star in the background. Yes, it snuck away. Yes. This part of the garden is abandoned. Yes, this part of it, but not the whole garden not the whole garden. Okay, so yeah, this is an abandoned part of the garden, and this is a gate that would go open. I had some cash crops in here at one time, and I also grew carrots here. Here we go. I'm going to show you the garden that is still up to date. This is another spot I cleared that we're going to be, using for something. When I was first watching trials, I would go right here, and like hang out at night. And I'm glad I cleared this area out because this part was abandoned, but I was able to clear it out to be used again. They might be working together, stalking you, watching your sides. Yeah, both cats might be doing that. Yeah, that is true. All right, roast. This is spinach. I'm a moron. What I meant to say was this is broccoli. Okay. This is the broccoli plant. You know what, Mermaid? I got to do a daytime stream and show y'all what this looks like during the day, okay? I'm going to do that. There's a lot of racket in the daytime, but we're going to do it anyway. So, yeah, that is the broccoli. And this is the spinach. No, they don't. They don't go anywhere neither. Sometimes I might sit on one of them, but they don't ever go to the bathroom on them. Or they don't defecate on them, no. All right, so that is another one. That's spinach, a winter spinach. That's a daikon. It's a radish, and it's growing, like in the center. The center is green, so they're both doing good. Hello, Purr. I remember you like it was yesterday. Okay, that's a good question. It's more bugs. Bugs are a thing that mulch on the crops. And I'm going to grow some more stuff here in this area. I'm going to grow some more, like summer stuff. But yeah, it's usually, okay, you have some, okay, you know what? You're right. Roast. There's a raccoon or a possum that nibbles on the spinach sometimes. Or it might be a caterpillar maybe, but something nibbles on that. It's over here is mostly bugs, and they could get into tomatoes or different types of crops and cause a nuisance. Mostly it's bugs, and if it is, sometimes raccoons can take some things or possums, but besides that, not really possums, but mainly raccoons, but besides that, it's mostly the bugs doing it. Thank you, Per. We got our backup to watch my back so I don't step in the ant pile of zombie ants. Thank you, bro. Ravens are smart. I like the raven. It's like from the Allan Poe stories. So, yeah, the ravens are very brilliant, indeed. I have just a front yard for now, and there's an American raven family living on the tree in front. That is so cool about you have ravens. I don't know what you think of the ravens, but there's so many, stories and stuff, Gothic theme type stories about those ravens. Very cool. I like them. Aereo, she's a fascinating mom bird. She getting fat. Oh, that is so cool. This is a wild daikon, which is a Japanese radish. So last year I grew a bunch of them here, and I let one of them just naturally seed. And this one over here just lived its life cycle, and it grew a descendant. Ario, she's... Oh my god, my grandma's native was all named after birds. Oh, that is so cool. That is so cool. Ario, she was smart and she always has food in her mouth and she's puffed up like her company. Alien, what type of trains is that? Is it a facility or just trains passing through? All right. I live close to the train tracks, and there is this train that is likely a cargo train that's carrying the red van type, the red crates from China. There's probably some passenger trains too, in my opinion. And they pass through and they blast the train. So yeah, it's just the trains are coming through, usually with cargo, and they blast the horn when they come through. It's very peaceful at night. Hey, Dat, what's up? I am not against people that smoke weed. It's fine. I personally don't do it myself. But it is... I have nothing against people that do, though. I have many cool friends that do that. And although that looks kind of like the weed, it's actually not weed. Yeah, Mermaid smokes. Yes. She smokes it. And as we are friendly to people here that do that. Many of the people in chat are do it. And I'm just I'm just one of those, with the alien vocals, the alien mouth I have, not able to do it. But yeah, the shout out to those in the chat that do it, though. Oh, good. Oh, thank you, Dat. Thank you for subbing. Welcome to the spaceship. And there's something going on in here. But yeah, so that's what the... Yeah, people don't smoke or just... Oh, thank you. Yeah. If people that do it or don't, it's all good. I don't even really drink anything either. Nothing wrong with drinking, though. That's fine to do. I just have not done that. Yeah, shout out to the cats. Yeah. And yeah, shout out to Lori. Yeah, fact. Shout out to Lori. There's something lurking in there. But so that's how the trains work. You have trains that are carrying cargo, and you have trains that are carrying passengers, and they blow the horn when they're coming through, so people don't get hit by a train. What is that? I just can't really... That's a raccoon. That's a banded puppy, chat. That's a banded puppy. Whoa. Hey, banded puppy. Abby too was watching out for you earlier. Stolen goods? Well, Yub, what you're referring to... Scared? Yeah, this raccoon certainly is violated the law and needs to pay fines and serve his sentence because all the stolen goods that he's done. We finally caught the culprit right here. We are going to get him. Shitbirds. Yeah, little thief. We caught him red-handed. Oh, you see, he's trying to get away now. He's trying to get away. UB called the shots, and now this little bugger is trying to get out of serving his sentence for all what he stole. You cannot trust the trash pandas. That is true. And banded puppies alike. Nope. They're up to... I thought it was a cat, but it's not. Okay, they stole a bunch of harvest fiber, filbert nuts from a porch where we were house sitting. Oh, that is wild. That is wild. Yeah, you know, monkeys steal stuff, chat. I saw a video from Asia somewhere where a bunch of monkeys came in swarms and stole a bunch of, stole purses and stole tire parts, and they raided and stole a bunch of things. Yeah, he's really just we see you. Yes, we see you. Yeah, we see you. I believe if he attacked, we have a lot of skunks out here. We shone a flashlight on one of them in the yard, and they stood up like, who us? Nothing to see here. Oh, I know. They act like they didn't do anything. Yeah, he's a cutie. I believe in OG when the bird. Yeah, so. Oh, y'all have. Okay, Mermaid, y'all have skunks? Okay, chat. I have a question. Do any of y'all have skunks? Let me know. So, there used to be skunks here 100 years ago, but there was something called the fur trade, and they genocided a bunch of them for the fur trade, but there are a few skunks that were spotted in the 80s and 90s. So it's possible that some skunks are still in existence, but none have been seen in 40 to 30 years. But they are still around, probably, somewhere in the shadows. A friend of mine, polecats. Lori said, a friend of mine who lives in Oregon coast rehabs orphan raccoons and releases them into the wild when they are ready. Oh, that is so cute. Facts. Mermaid said, we have lions kind of like mountain ones. Well, yeah, like mountain lions, deer, skunks. Y'all got a lot of wildlife out west. Look at this dude. He's digging for something. Lori, I wish I could see Oregon's water. Oh, the water over there is gorgeous. I mean, it's so supernatural, like you could see through. Yeah, it is very intriguing. And just beautiful. Dry forest desert, tarantulas, scorpions, bugs, mosquitoes, butterflies. We have lizards. Oh, you have lizards. Well, I'm sure y'all have really big lizards. Yeah, it's very magical and enchanting over there. Yeah.
Right, we have all those things just named, especially tarantulas, and we never see our scorpions. They are reclusive and uncommon in a deep forest. Oh, wow. Yeah, that's something definitely not to come across, because those scorpions can really cause a problem to somebody. Yeah. Okay. What's it doing now? Alright, so the raccoon seems like he completely went mute at the moment. Temu mute. Saw some eyes for a second. Okay. Alright, I was born in Phoenix, AZ. I am glad my parents moved here. I was 2 years old. I can abide to the desert. And I was always sick over there, but North AZ Flagstaff is beautiful. Oh, okay. Thank you for your take. A little Angel, which is another friend of mine on here, she lived in Arizona, but she prefers Arizona. She preferred Phoenix because she thought it was because the heat was much better for her. Although she doesn't like the heat, she does not like the heat. Like, it could be very brutal, but she didn't want like the freezing cold, like the snow and stuff. So that's something interesting. You went up there, and she went from up north to down to Phoenix. So y'all did like the opposite of each other. You see this? Let's see.
That's a dark move. Yeah, dark moon. Yeah. Heat exhaustion as a baby, so I can't tolerate. Yeah. Yeah. I liked. Okay, I liked the. Sometimes I'll get heat exhaustion too. Yeah, it happened to me before. And shout out to all of you for listening, watching, and hanging out with us. It's really nice to have all of you on board, unlike this earlier Garden Live.
Okay, now, so over here, there's nothing going on. I saw some earlier. We saw some earlier. At the moment, I don't see any right now. Okay. Yeah, and this is the elderberry tree getting really big. Oh, you're watching him too. Yeah, shout out to SNS. Yes, Smoke and Scan is a good stream too. Shout out to him. And right here, tree rats are cool to see. Yes, yes. Yeah, and this is this one looks kind of like a heart, this vine. Okay, so it looks like the critters have dispersed at the moment. Okay, this is the other side of the tree. Oh, it resembles Ginger a bit. Oh, that is cool. That's cool.
Oh, okay, that is a nice scene right here. Yeah, this is another angle from of the tree. Hey, Lori says, we have wild ginger here, and it has these weird, wicked, cool little flowers.
Oh, tell me, what color are the flowers, out of curiosity? I like that. I like those type of plants. They're maroonish purple. Oh, that is cool. That is cool. I like that. Okay. All right. So, are they edible? Or the wild ones aren't edible? With 3 long petals and trail to point like a flag, kind of hard to describe. Okay. Oh, that is nice. You see, because in these types of situations, when you have those types of plants, it's good that you have the variation that looks like that, because when you see it, it almost looks like an alien from space. Yeah, you know, nature itself is a piece of art. That's what I love about nature. So that is cool that you have that on the trail. On the Oregon Trail. Alright, so we're exploring the garden in different regions. Okay, so when we saw some of the banded puppies earlier and some cats, but now we are just viewing, at the moment, they have dispersed the moment. So they must be doing some racing out in the distance, or I don't know what that is out there, but must be doing some racing, yes, and that's what that noise is. So I hear something right now, chat. Let's see if we see any spooky eyes. Lori says its roots and leaves are edible in moderation due to trace amounts of aristolochic acid, not recommended to eat raw in large quantities. This is not medical advice. Yeah, that is not medical advice. Everybody can do that on their own terms, but that is some interesting facts about the roots and leaves. Okay, so far the critters are hiding at the moment. Okay, so oh yeah, that's funny, eyes. Yeah, so all right. Now right here looks like some sort of a wheat. That's what it looks like to me. But you know, it's a cool plant, and this is like a barrier. And that over there is Bandit Puppy Cove, right there. And this is Berry Rum Cove right here. All right, and here's another shot of the moon
And the tree. Very nice scenery.
Okay, and more of these. Yeah, so, yeah, the let's see. To me, it looks like a wetland mesic, both wetlands and plants adapted to both grass and sedge, but I can't tell for sure. Okay, thank you. And we are in the wetlands and the swamps, so it could possibly be that. See, I could break the rules a little bit and go a little bit closer. It's just that the top part isn't really there to see, but they do pop out, and it looks kind of like when you put the farmers will put the thing in their mouth. That's what it looks kind of like. Kind of like wheat, but it's probably not wheat, but it's probably some swampland thing. Okay, this is another weird plant that's here. I don't really know what that is, but it's another one that grows here. Right there. Yes, we will show the flowers whenever they finally emerge, because you can't always tell something in the moment, but you can tell it later when it blooms. That's when you can really know for sure what it is. This palm tree right here does grow fruit of some kind. I don't think it's dates, but they grow something. So that's just a fun fact that they do. There, okay. You want a fig tree? All right. Let's get her the fig tree. Okay. I got you. Here's the fig tree. Look at the fig tree. All right here. It was grown in like 2003 by my grandpa. I bet I could grow a fig tree. Maybe one day. Yeah, maybe one day I'll grow a fig tree. Time will tell. Yes, it loves it here. Absolutely. That's true. Definitely in love with being here. All right, and there's some more of the leaves. Here. Yeah, it's very good. I love eating fig. Now, the raccoons love eating these figs from this tree, by the way. Yes, they have cool leaves and branches. It looks kind of like from an island off the coast of Middle East. It kind of has weird plants like this. These plants are really cool, but they're kind of shaped differently. Over on that island, allegedly it's the Garden of Eden, where they have all kinds of like blue spiders and strange looking cantaloupe, and they have these weird looking trees, and no one's been to the island, and they have some plants that look like this. So, but the raccoons love eating eating figs, and so do I. I love the figs. They're very delicious, and there's a bug that like flies into that, and it causes it to have fertilization. That's probably not the word for it, but it causes the fig to grow. Nice. All right. This is wall stucco. Okay. It's Claude. Hey, buddy. What you up to? Yeah, shout out to Claude. He made another appearance. So that's raccoons fighting in the distance. Yes, he's a security cat. Facts. Scared. Nice. All right, and these are the chimes. Let's see. Yeah, those were the raccoons fighting. Oh, glad that you like it. Yeah, it is really cool to have all this of wind chimes and stuff around. Oh yeah, so yeah, shout out to the spaceship. Those chimes sound like an alien spaceship. Yes, yes, they sound like alien spaceship chimes. Completely out of this world, indeed. Yeah. All right, so the raccoon has gone somewhere else, and he's not there at the moment. They must be going and fighting in a different location. See, when raccoons fight, they get real angry and start tripping out. And they start being ruthless. And they go, roar. They make all kinds of crazy noises. Oh, there's Claude. There he is. Yeah, he is looking at something. Nighttime security. My friend Heather says they have terrible eyesight, but their hands are so sensitive they see by touch. Oh, I have heard that what else is sensitive to touch is he's about to cuff a tree rat. Yep. Yep. But their hands are so sensitive they see by touch. Yeah. Right. So, oh, possums have bad eyesight too. That's another one, bad eyesight. And I didn't know that they do it by touch, but their hands are so powerful and intricate, I'm sure that that's what they do. Absolutely. Yeah, possums are known for having bad eyesight. I think it's a reason why we don't really see them in this dark part of the yard, because it just wouldn't be good for their eyesight. But yeah, I didn't know that about raccoons, but it makes sense. Yeah, possums are good for the environment, by the way. I was laughing when you said the other night that bro takes 3 showers when he eats, washes the. Yeah, yeah, and that is basically what bro does. The raccoons, they will go and they will be in there. Ever since I learned the possums eat ticks, they are my heroes. Yeah, exactly. Okay, so with the raccoons, they go inside a water bowl. So let's say go over here, right? and this water bowl right here for a cat. They'll go and take a whole bath. They'll go stand in there and make it all dirty and messy, and it'll look hideous after they eat food. And they're just still. He takes like 3 baths in there. I'm not lying. I swear that they do that every single time. Oh, my uncle in Kentucky, he he got bit by one whole tick, and he got real sick. Then eventually they moved back to Florida. But yeah, ticks are real bad because they had deer tick over in Kentucky. I never got one, but they had them in Kentucky, and it was drinking his blood. Yeah, and he eventually passed away from something else. It was from some sort of dementia or some sort of, a mental disease of some kind, and he did not live. So it may have been from the tick or something he was going to get anyway, but yeah, rest in peace to him, and he taught me a lot of things. So that is what happened with him. He would go and talk about different things all the time, kind of like what I do. And one time he got a tick up there. Yeah, I don't think, looking back, it wasn't the tick that made him sick, because I was there before he passed away. It was actually something else. It happened later, but I've heard it being associated with his death. But I may be remembering things wrong. Oh, thank you, Lori. Lori says, I had one behind my ear when I was 5, and my dad used to use the match method to get it to release. I thought I would die. Scared. 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 So I've heard about the match method or using fire and it opens up. I saw that on a short one time, and that's really crazy they did it that way. Thank you, Vash, for the warm message. I appreciate it. Because he was like in Kentucky, he was in Florida. Well, when the hurricane hit. Greetings, Felix. Welcome to the stream. We are doing a Moon Live. Oh, I like Moon Rocks. Felix Moon Rocks. Very cool name. Yeah, and talking about various things. And Lori said, my cousin Lisa was staying with us. She wouldn't sleep in my room with that night. Thought a tick was gone. She was afraid of the cooties. Ah, yeah, she thought she was going to get herself some cooties. Yeah. Yeah, so yeah, I could see where she was concerned about the tick, and she was going to get cooties from you. That is wild. Now, so Lori, did you feel the tick on you? Like, did it hurt? Like, how did you know the tick was there? Like, you probably saw it, but I know it's kind of ticks suck. I wonder what it's like to experience that. But no, he got the tick before he passed away, like way before he passed away. So, and I was kind of, when I went to Kentucky, I was a little bit spooked about getting the tick, but I didn't. I didn't. And it was basically like at nighttime, it looked kind of like this. And we would look at the sky with the family, and he'd tell us about all the different things that was in the sky. Yeah. All right, and hopefully you don't live in a place where you have Lone Star tick disease. Where I am, I don't think I have that here. But I will keep an eye out for something like that. Thank you. Yeah, Lyme disease is no joke. I agree. All right, and I think it was found during bath time. Thank goodness we found it ASAP. We didn't even hear about Lyme disease or anything about ticks back then. That was 52 years ago. Wow. Oh yeah, they didn't have about that back then. Okay, his name is Claude, and he's looking at a tree rat. So that's what bro is. And I do these streams every night. That's a good idea. That is a good idea. Thanks. About the heartworm test.
Whoa. Sir Pounce, aka Sir Pounce. Oh, thank you, Felix. That's a very good idea.
He is an outside cat, but he can be touched. But definitely at some point we'll get that done. Look, he may have been dewormed. I don't know if he has been, but definitely we'll check for that. Thank you. He's like Puss in Boots with the sword and the hat. Yes, he's like Puss in Boots with the sword in his hat. Yeah. Run, mini rats. Oh, I saw that rat. Run, yeah. Okay, and he's just looking in confusion right now. It's only for dogs? I thought it was for cats too. Okay, thank you. I thought it was for both. Oh, okay. Okay. Oh, you're a vet tech. Oh, welcome here. We have vets. We have those on vet techs on the channels. We have that, not channels, but on this channel we have it. We have them. We have quite a few. Not quite a few. We have one, but she's very, very brilliant. She's like many people in one. Okay, you just get injections for it now. Okay, thanks, Mermaid. Your cat should be cool. Just get him a flea and tick treatment. Yeah. My vet, he has a bunch of like rescued animals and farm animals too, like at his place. And they've helped out a lot of these cats. There was a bad hurricane one time and it caused a crisis for animals, but my family did a lot of rescuing, which is good. Okay. They can't. Yeah, I could have sworn that they both get it. But thank you for the correction. Yeah, Zoe's a vet. Tech. Yeah. My granddaughter is about to graduate the veterinarian program at Oregon State. Oh, congratulations to her. Facts. Okay, and congrats to her. And yeah, Zoe's she was like what Zoe will do is she'll listen to the streams while she does work with the animals. Shout out to Zoe, and that is always cool to have them because my family does a lot with animals, and I know a lot of them, so it's nice to have them come and chat. Thanks. Okay, Felix, do they offer the heartworm injections? Yeah, thanks, Felix. So, yeah, Felix, do they offer heartworm injections out of curiosity? And thanks. And Lori said, I used to deworm our horses and give injections when needed, but that was about it, except for trimming hooves. Oh, that's very cool. That's very cool. Okay, and
Okay, so that is very nice. Okay, this is a scene of the moon. Because we also do moon scenes. Okay, and right here we have the moon with lots of trees. It's a very peaceful scene.
okay, and let's go this way. Claude went into another area. The secret escape hatch over there. Felix, you have a chill night too, and you stay positive too. Thank you for stopping by. This is where I would put the peppers. This was very nice to see. I would put the peppers here in a little pot. It was a tray with pots in it. All right, so Lori says, in junior high, I job shadowed for a vet, and the day a dog came in with severe tooth decay and abscess, I said, nope, not for me. Yeah, it can be very sad when dealing with animals that are having trauma. Yeah, definitely. I thought that was something that could be, a traumatic thing to experience. Yeah, and it can be kind of like scared, scared. Trump, yes, the channel is about UFOs, trials, nature, conspiracy theories, all kinds of things. And we're going to need that disclosure to come around, all right? We need that the disclosure speech as soon as July 8th. Yeah. And Lori says, I planted so many repurposed steel and store rack reinforced with twine. I added bird netting. Oh, hello, Rifa. Trump, explain to me what you saw with the UFOs. Was it a UFO? Oh, what were the two strange things that you saw? I'm very intrigued. And hello there. Yeah, shout out to Daffy Duck. Not Daffy Duck. Yeah, Daffy Duck. Shout out to him.
Cool picture. And bro, I am doing great. I'm just going through the garden, watching animals and creatures, and going live. With the Spaceship fam and all YouTube. So I'm doing well. Hope you're doing good too, Rifra. Lori says, thanks. I planted so many seeds today. Oh, that is awesome. I'm trying to out my new track. I repurposed steel store rack reinforced with twine. I added bird netting to keep the winged thieves out. Oh, that's definitely tedious. Indeed. All right, Trump says a silver sphere on the way to school, didn't think it was the moon. Okay, so that reminds me of an orb. And with the orb, it's a lot of times they're a silver metallic color, and it's a type of metal we can't even like replicate. It's crazy what they can do. And yeah, it was not the moon. I'm sure it kind of reminded you of the Death Star. So that's definitely a type of orb that people have also seen. Others have seen a cigar-shaped object too, similar to that. But yeah, definitely not the moon. It was some sort of a orb. Right, and like the trains and stuff. So I've seen a blue orb, like say like we're in the sky, right? And I've seen a blue orb that just appeared and flew around the sky. It was pretty crazy looking. So I've seen some weird things myself, and I definitely think that the UFOs are definitely there. It's this technology that the military and the Navy have been able to see and document, and they also come from the oceans too. And there's plasmoids, which is a newer thing that I learned about, where it's like a gooey looking thing, and it's like a globular object with a bunch of different colors that flicker around. So, and they could be, rainbow colors, or one color or another, or green. So I think that was, is pretty cool. So yeah, and orbs, you say you see in the sky right there, right? Like say you'll see a different kind of orb is a bunch of things that just kind of fly around the sky in different motions, and they apparently also have been captured coming out of the oceans, and they come out different places like that. Like in the oceans, they could come out of the sky or just come out of nowhere. So yeah, they definitely are out there, and some think they're time travelers, some think they're interdimensional beings, some think they're aliens from other planets, and I think all are true, and even fallen angels as well. All right, and going this way. Kind of turn that off. Trump says, okay, we're camping a few years back. It was fall evening, gray sky. My friend said, look, a car. I looked up, and it was this large, equal size with perfect right angle corners. Well, thank you, Trump, for explaining that, because that certainly was a UFO, and they could be really freaky looking. It could be also shocking. Like when you experience that, it's a very shocking thing that you just like kind of see out of nowhere. And yeah, exactly. You see, and a lot of times the mind wants to think it's not seeing what it's seeing because it's a trauma response. But I do believe that, it is a UFO of some kind, because, he's saying, for instance, I don't think it was any kind of sun rays. It was a different gray shade of the sky. Yeah, and so you see, because the sun doesn't make shades like that, and for it to be perfectly, even if it did, for it to be perfectly symmetrical in a square shape, it's it's, it's too artificial. It can't just be something random. It was something like a UFO of some kind. Very strange, of course. You don't think to take a pic. Yeah, look, and I believe people's stories, even if they don't take a picture or a video of it. And I absolutely, because people, when they're in a traumatic situation or there's like fight or flight thing, right? And you're just kind of shocked. You're just in awe at it. I took a video of the orb that I saw, and other people did too. Okay, and what Trump really meant was two large equal rectangles. Okay, Trump, thank you. So, yeah, you see, that's definitely artificial, created by something. It's not just something out of nature. You really did see a sighting, and it's okay. I'm glad that you recorded in your mind what happened, and you came to tell the tale. Because so many had those experiences like that and have seen those too. There are many that have captured videos, but others that haven't, but it's okay. I believe you. I'm glad that you shared. It probably give off something. Did it give off something creepy? Or was it something like good or evil? Like, did it give off? That's what I'm trying to say. Like, what did you feel it gave off? Oh, you're welcome, Trump. And Lori says, I've seen some high strangeness for sure. Yeah. And they do like secluded areas, and they do like woods and different places like that. Although they could do things right in people's, in a suburb too. They've been seen in suburbs, but a lot of times they like being in secluded areas. And they're known to do experiments. Okay, and Trump says, not really, just didn't know what the hell it was. We just went about our night. Okay. Well, that was really, courageous to continue going on through the night. And, seeing that and not panicking, okay? Because I'd say you did very well and remained calm from what you're telling me. And you were just confused about what you were looking at, and it didn't really give off anything. It was kind of like more probably neutral. And you didn't really know what you're looking at. Gotcha. Okay, thanks. Yeah, because that is certainly a camping trip that would not be forgotten. They just seem to be crashing the party out of nowhere. And that's what they certainly like to do. And people have had instances when they have lots of dreams about them or encounters they can't really remember, because there's people that were abducted by aliens and it was very traumatic, and they remember it in bits and pieces through dreams. So yeah, it's definitely a serious thing. Where he says, last summer up in the West Cascades, dead of night, no impending light in sight, a single white light orb went over at the height too low for a satellite or aircraft that we know of. Wow. I've spent lots of time in our forest over decades. This was not a usual thing. That is really wild, Lori, that you experienced that. So it was an orb, and it went overhead and height low in a satellite or aircraft that we know. It went overhead. It was too low for regular aircrafts and satellites, and speed out of our forest over a decade. You spend a lot of time in our forest over a decade. This is not okay. So not usual thing. Well, that certainly was an orb sighting, and they're usually very quick. They're like zoop, and they're out. Okay, and there is no negative feeling from it. Not a drone nor a meteor. Thank you for your feedback. Thank you for your feedback. It definitely needs to be taken into consideration. You know, what people are viewing. And I'm glad that you had not a bad experience with it. Yeah. I'm sure it was awing and, it was shocking, so. Yeah, and there's theories that the meteors are orbs because there's Okay, chat. There in Australia, it turned blood red. The sky turned blood red. There is meteors that are falling from the sky all over the world, and some of them are orbs and are doing things like orbs would do, moving on their own. So there's all kinds of crazy things going on in the world right now. I don't even know what's going on, but something's happening. All right, something's happening. Yeah, facts. Claude had. Look at Claude. He just came out of nowhere. He's trying to run away. Claude. All right, Trump says anything. Yes, Claude's leading the way. All right, Trump says anything come of that alien on the fence in the person's backyard, Mexican. Oh, yeah. I have not heard anything. I'll go look it up and see if anything happened with that. Wait a minute. There was something that was released a year or two ago, and there was a sketch that was brought out, but I've not heard anything else. But I'll go look up to see if anything came of that. It was in Vegas, I think, but I covered it when it happened on my channel. I made a stream about it, but I think it was in Vegas. But it may have been California. I don't really know what state it was in, but yeah, I remember. It's like, so there was this UFO orb thing, UFO comet that came out of the sky. You can't sleep again. Hey DJ, I'm glad that you are still with us. All right, so there was like in the sky, there was this like comet that like came down, and in one of the kids' backyard, there was this orb thing. No, there was a human. No, there was an alien thing that was very creepy looking and looked like a menacing monster. And then it disappeared. So we don't know what came of that. Right, so there was something that fell out the sky, and then in the person's backyard, they saw these very tall, creepy-looking things with, like, glowing eyes, and they were green. And the police were called, and there was a debate about if they really were seeing that or not. Correct. They called the police and they reported it. Yeah, they reported it to the police. And they went to go out and talk to the police, and it was a very wild story, and a lot of people thought that they were making it up. And we were saying, like, the people that were, freaked out enough to call the police and risk their lives being destroyed over a practical joke was not really a feasible thing. So, yeah, the meteor thing fell out the sky, and then they saw that. You're welcome, Trump. Yeah, and people think it was a hoax, most like, and what happened was Men in Black showed up.
at their house and briefed them. So we don't know. I know nothing about it. I haven't heard about it in a few years. But it may have been a hoax. I don't know why they would go and do that, because it's, risky to do such a prank, but, we don't know. People think that it was not real. Some people think it was real. It definitely depends. As I said, I think people that have alien encounters should be taken seriously, because it's very traumatic sometimes. Not all the aliens are bad. Some aliens are good. But some of the aliens have problems and, are not really good. And people have had traumatic experiences from it. So I think it should be taken seriously. That seriously when they show up. Yeah. Do you think aliens look different? Okay, this is what I think. There are different types of aliens. So I do think there are aliens that look like us. And I do think there's aliens that look very different. So Trump, I'm going to give you a briefing on the different alien types. So there is an alien that's called the gray aliens. They're short gray aliens that look kind of like insects. You've probably seen them before. Yes, you still have to go to work, Brian, if aliens exist. And, bad news, but it is what it is. Yep. And so what happened was with the aliens, there's something called the Nordic aliens that, like, kind of blonde-haired, blue-eyed, fair-complected looking aliens from the Palisades, this constellations of 7 sister stars. Allegedly, there are aliens that look like praying mantises. There's apparently there's also aliens that are kind of reptilian looking. So there's aliens that are the tall whites, and other aliens, I'm sure, like little green men and things, are out of this world. Oh, I've always wondered if cats really aliens and goats are definitely aliens. Okay. Cats have some reptilian characteristics to them. I wouldn't be surprised if they were infused with some of that DNA. I think all creatures on Earth were infused with it. So those are different species of aliens that are out there, allegedly, that people have reported seeing. Now, there is another type of alien. So the alien that I are talking about is, what are they exactly? There's a theory that the aliens are 56,000 years from now humans that lived in space, and their skin got gray and their eyes got big and black looking, and they're time travelers that came here for various reasons. There's also theories they're interdimensional, and another theory that they're fallen angels or demons that are disguised as aliens. But going back to the different alien species, there's something called the Ebians, Trump. And they're from the planet Serpo. And they're in the same constellations as the gray aliens called from Zeta Reticuli. And those aliens are more good aliens. The grays are more bad. They do like bad things to us. So Serpo, there's a Ebian spacecraft that crashed into our planet. And the Ebians wanted their alien back. So in the 60s, they sent an astronauts with the aliens. This is an alleged story that may not be true. And they sent the aliens with the astronauts, about 13 of them, to their planet. Now, Serpo has 2 suns. It's a desert planet, and they live in huts, kind of like kind of sand houses. They have like some telepathic electricity, and they eat like cardboard. One of the Earth people died. One of the astronauts died on the way to go to Serpo, and he was probably used in an experimental chamber where all these different creatures from different planets are being used for experiments from the Ebians. And then they were brought to their planet
one of them stayed behind, and then some of them came back to Earth, and they had to have all their identities completely stripped, and they were not known. They were gone for like 12 years. So that's an alleged story of our people going to an alien planet, and they had to eat some of the creatures there because of the protein. But that is, the aliens didn't eat the meat because they didn't need the protein. So that is a story of the planet, kind of a brief summary of planet Serpo and the Ebian aliens that are from there. Yeah. A bare-nosed wombat's the only known animal that has poo shaped like cubes. Defo an alien. Yes, yes. And from a religious perspective, there's the Watchers and fallen angels mixed with Earth women and created hybrids with beasts of the land and the sea. And this is an explanation where different sea monsters and weird creatures and mythological creatures may have came from. Or say from another point of view that is not religious, is that aliens came down here and created hybrid creatures with their technology that they have. So a lot of the creatures are mythological creatures that existed throughout time. It may have been real, and aliens created those things. And that's why now there's people that get impregnated by aliens, allegedly, or they're used in experiments by the Greys. So that is something that apparently happens to the aliens, the aliens might be doing. There was this other story that happened with an Ebian in the 60s where a craft crash landed by a mine. And the alien was trying to communicate with the human that he saw, and he was sounding like gibberish. And then he got a wand thing and started talking and said, "I'm not here to hurt you. I am injured, and so is my fellow colleagues." So he needed help, and he had this healing device that was like telepathic. It was like a healing wand, and he was healing his leg, and his two other colleagues were deleted. They were dead. So he told him to take some things out of the spaceship and bring it back. It was these globular things, kind of like orbs. And he was injured, and he needed to take like a break and be in the barn. So he was going to tell the sheriff and the authorities, but they didn't want the Ebian alien being taken away by the military for use as an experiment. He was going to get his ship repaired, but there is a time limit because the alien could be taken away by the government, and he wanted to give him time for that. So there's this suspicion what it was, and the sheriff and the police are kind of like wondering what it was. And the alien didn't understand military or whatever, but he understood bad people that were trying to get him. So they eventually were able to heal him, and he was, telling his family, wife, and they're like, this thing in the barn, it has to, someone needs to know about it, but they didn't. But what did happen was he did go into the spaceship. So you might say, alien, what was in the spaceship? And in the spaceship, there was this globular overhead, like on top of the ceiling. Under the ceiling, there's a globular water liquid. And there is seats, very small seats for the Ebians. And there is a screen, like a TV screen in there. And it was a white, and it was very futuristic looking. That's what it looked like inside. So that's what happened with the alien encounter. And the alien did go back to his planet. But he gave the government some things from the alien left behind that they're glad to have. And he kept the translator, and it's with somebody now. So the person passed away eventually, but that is another alien story that occurred. That someone had. Allegedly. Is it real or embellished? We don't know. But that's an alleged alien story too. Yeah, and
There's one person that was talking about the alien where it was from this constellation. Oh, look, it's the new cat. Oh, hey, buddy. Well, welcome to the stream. All right, he's ready for an alien story. So there are some aliens that were claiming to be from the planet Sirius. And that planet, I call it the Moki Cat. And yeah, very cool. Yes. Oh, thank you, Trump. I appreciate it. So that is what happened with the, those. Oh, okay. This is awkward. Oh, here we go again. Oh my goodness. Chat. This is a soap opera. With these two. look at that evil eye. Oh, I think they just been chilling here. Anyway, so I remember, so there's aliens that were from the planet Serpo. I mean, not the planet Serpo, the star system Sirius. Yeah, King of the Hill, right. And so the alien that was from the planet Sirius, there's gods that claim to be from planet Sirius. The Egyptians had. So the Egyptians had gods that were allegedly from the planet Sirius. And that's the aliens, because there's also aliens that claim to be from there. And planet Sirius, I've taken videos of it before. It was a very fascinating planet. I mean, a star system. It was a very fascinating star system, and it blinks different colors. And the Egyptians liked it. It was the star of the Nile. It's also known as the dog star, Orion's dog, from the Orion's belt. So that is some aliens came from there. Now, there are some aliens that were in China, and there is a tablet that was found in China that was from another planet, because they didn't know what it was. Lori, I'm glad that you enjoyed the live stream. You a great mod. Shout out to the mods and y'all in chat too that are regular viewers and new viewers. Okay, Lori, have a good night. Thank you for coming. Okay, so this cat is just going to be chilling there. Awesome. Yeah, so that is what the alien encounter that the person had. In China, they were seen in China too, and China, as Trump would say, China. They were, so those tablets. Okay, Mermaid, good night to you, and good luck on your video. Thank you for being here as well. Thank you for being here tonight, rather. So, see you later. All right, so, yeah, you see bro sleeping. Yeah, I saw about that. Yeah, now name a current baseball player for an edit. Okay, and Hello there. There was this other one. Let's see. I know baseball players. Let's do one right here. Baseball player. Players. Okay. Mookie Betts. 1992. And let's see, a newer Dodger player is Jackie Robinson. All right, so the newer Dodger player is Jackie Robinson. So there you go. You're welcome. Okay, Mermaid said, "Think no problem, Alien. Nice garden lives. I liked them a lot." Oh, I'm glad that you enjoyed them. Glad that you enjoyed them. And yeah, these have been bringing a lot of people, new people, and been having some cool conversations. So yeah, that is... Yes, make the regions chase each other, yes. All right. So that is the alien encounters. Now, there's a planet out there called Planet 10. Oh, the raccoons, the banded puppies. Oh, yeah. Yeah, that'll be a wild stream to do when we do that. And the banded puppies, they like to chase each other and make screaming noises and start tripping out. That's what they like to do. Now, there's Planet X, Planet 10. And that planet way out in is a planet that's allegedly outside our solar system that science was saying that didn't exist. And my buddy that got me into aliens, he would talk about it everywhere, and people thought it was foolish. But guess who was foolish? The people that were critical of him. Oh, okay, it happened earlier. Okay, yes, okay, understood. Mermaid said, "It already happened. You've been blessed and with a good yard. Have a good night from Outdoor Ravens to us all." Okay, good night to you, Mermaid, from the new cats and the chasing raccoon banded puppies and all the garden. Thank you very much, and see you later. All right. So this planet called Planet 10, it was this planet that was supposed to collide with our planet in 2012 or something that's outside of our solar system that can orbit our planet and cause some issues. Now, they said that it's not real, right? Like, they said aliens weren't real, but eventually they can't hide the truth and the facts come out. So with the planet outside our solar system, it eventually orbited our planet at some point. Okay, what's this cat doing? Hello, Callus. Oh, let's say Codex. Hello, Codex. Welcome to the stream. Oh, see, this cat's trying to catch one of those rats. Yeah, so, hello, Callie. Yeah, it's Callie. That's what it is. Oh, okay. What on earth is this? Raccoons. Raccoons fighting each other. Whoa. Oh, hello, Callie. Welcome to the spaceship. And yeah, that was a raccoon chasing each other. All right. So oh, hello, hello, Inte. Hello there. Yeah, so shout out the chat. Shout out the chat. Okay, let's see. Okay, he's there somewhere. Okay. They're fighting in here. Oh, hey, King Mufasa. I was catching this raccoon fight. That's why I was. So hello. Yeah, we'll just call you King Mufasa. Yes, it is creepy out here. Yes. Yeah. So welcome back, King Mufasa. Glad that you are with us once again. I remember you from one of the other streams. Okay, so yeah, this is the moon. That's the palm tree. Yeah, it's very eerie. Scared. That's the mysterious light. Okay, you had a problem logging into your King Mufasa Pro. Oh, okay. Yeah, sometimes that can get tedious. You know, the way they have those things, and hopefully you get back in there. Into that account. All right, so it looks quiet now. But it is here. Okay, so right at the moment, the mysterious animals disappeared. We are ghost hunting, and we are really watching the wild animal, what the wild animals are doing. And we're also looking for the ghosts too. At the same time. And we're watching nature and the different cats and animals that are walking around as well. Facts. And, you know, by the way, you could use an EC, you know, and I forgot the exact letters, but you could use an EMF reader. That's not really the name of it, but you could use that type of reader to detect a signal of an electric object. Yeah, mystery light. Yep. Yeah, mystery light. Yeah, we don't know. I don't know why it comes on. It just comes on randomly at night, and I don't know what it is or what it wants, but yeah, that is what it does. It comes on mysteriously. I don't know who they are, who lives there, but yeah, that's a mysterious light where it comes from. Nice. So the object is able to detect a ghost because the ghost gives off a certain electric signal. And there's also something called the LiDAR, which can map out all of this in infrared. And that's another way you can figure out who the ghost is. One night I was in another stream chilling with my bros, and one of them was explaining to me a ghost hunting trip and how it would be, and how scientifically to prove aliens exist without doing any kind of spiritual or magic stuff or whatever people do. And you would prove it to the science community that there's something there and use the data. So a LiDAR and a couple of other those objects, and that's how you would be able to see, you know, there's an electrical signal of something there. That's how that would happen. And because it would be able to detect an electric frequency. And you can map out the entire object. Hello, Sand. Welcome to the stream. So that's how one would find the ghost. You know, say out here or something, right? That's how you would find the ghost. Through a scientific way. Rather than through, I believe in spirituality, but for those that are skeptical, it'll be a way to prove it. Without any kind of like voodoo stuff. I don't do voodoo stuff, but I'm just making that as a general term. And you see, I know I'm showing you this crazy plant right here, Callie. but it exists. It's some sort of berry from the deep south that Vash told me the name of it, like a dewberry or something like that. And like one time I was walking through here and the spikes brushed up against me. I have seen some, yes. One time when I was, in the house, an object flew off the table by itself. Like it was crazy. It's like it's not supposed to do that. There's some knocking and tapping that I've heard on walls that aren't supposed to be there. It looks kind of like a blackberry. Yeah, that's what people are saying too. Yeah, very cool. There's a whole bunch of them growing here. So that's what happened. And there's a hotel that I went to, which is a haunted hotel. And there was this, it was kind of like this latch you put on the door, and it was moving back and forth like a grandfather clock really fast. And I thought that was a little bit weird. And there was ghosts on that floor. So I've had a few encounters. They have some mean thorns that don't play, that don't negotiate, that don't give any slack. That is true. 100% correct. The Basin Hotel in Eureka Springs is truly haunted. Oh, thank you. Thank you. This is the region of Louisiana, the Deep South. That is where this stream takes place right now. There is something, the haunted hotel that I went to was something called the Monteleone. That's where the haunted hotel is. Come on. Oh, you're in Tennessee. That is awesome. Oh, okay. Yeah, that isn't far away. That's just north of me. So up in that direction, up in that direction, that is where the Arkansas is. Okay, so chat, so Orwell believes it's blackberry. All right, thank you, chat. And as I said, Avash told me the name of it, and, also, some sort of other berry. You spend the whole day digging out blackberries. Okay. Well, I'm glad I have a bunch of berries here. That's pretty cool. Making me think of the BlackBerry phone. That's a long time ago. All right. You see, because I remember I swiped up against this, and it was scared. Yeah, it's called the Hotel Monteleone. It's in the French Quarter. Yeah. One of my alien buddy went to Arkansas, and he said it was very nice there. And, I've been to Tennessee before. And I stay at my aunt and uncle's place in Kentucky, which is around the area, up by Tennessee. And I like Tennessee and Kentucky. Hey, Hellcat.
Welcome to the stream. Awesome. Okay, so Callie says, I stayed in a 100-year haunted hotel in New Mexico, and it was super eerie. A lady would appear on the stairs. They had a huge frame photo of it. Wow, that's like a place you could make a movie. Oh yeah, the Smokies are gorgeous. Indeed. I remember the mountains when I was in Kentucky. And, mountains are just breathtaking. And I like being in the hills. So in Tennessee, I got to go there again. Those are very beautiful Smoky Mountains too. Oh, there's UFO conventions up there. That's awesome. That's awesome. I would certainly like to go up there and see that. Definitely believe in UFOs. This channel is all about that. And this is the majestic palm tree just chilling at night. Tone. This is an alien. This is an alien channel. Progue. Do you believe in the Tooth Fairy? And yes, Tone, this is an alien channel. Go ahead and talk about aliens if you have something to say about it. And we can talk about whatever all kinds of other things too, but we do talk about aliens here, yes. Is the Earth flat? I posted a wicked chemtrails this week. Progue, are you a elf by any chance? Just curious. And okay, Tone said, "Who the fuck?" Okay. Oh no, it was. Let's see. Rang says, "Is the Earth flat?" I posted a wicked chemtrails this way. Okay, there is different conspiracies about the Earth being flat, and I am just learning more about the flat Earth theory. It could be flat, but a lot of people really strongly believe it's flat. But so, for instance, they believe that I'll explain to you what I know. Range is that they believe the Earth is a dome, right? We're covered by this dome, and the Earth is completely flat, and it's like a rock. It's like a flat rock, and the Arctic circles are just borders of ice. People say the way planes fly, and different ways, mechanisms of how the Earth works. It could be flat. But I think it's round, in my opinion. But there's definitely seems to be some very interesting information about it being flat, and many very bright people I know believe it's flat. And let's see. Thank God somebody else that believes in chemtrails, because 3 days they put the chemtrails in the sky, we rain in clouds of purple. Oh, I believe in chemtrails 150,000%. I believe in chemtrails completely. And okay, so there's a whistleblower about chemtrails. Amen. Yes, I believe in the Bible too. And the east is to the west. All right, Progue, you need to just chill out. And you can go take your orange juice elsewhere. All right. Yes, cloud seeding is very real. Yes. Thank you, George. That's a good point. The GPS wouldn't work if it's flat. Yeah, I mean, there's a lot of things we argued. Now, there's people that do believe it's true, though, somehow. But anyway, so... Okay, so there is the thing with the chemtrails. There's a whistleblower recently that talked about it, that the U.S. military is putting bad chemicals inside these aircraft and dumping it over. Oh, thank you, Callie, so much for doing that. Thank you so much. So, a shout out to you, Callie. And what happened with the chemtrails is, yeah, so there is a whistleblower. I was reading a Harvard report about chemtrails, and there's basically lots of theories out there where people are, you know, Harvard researchers were saying that with a chemtrail, it can't be, there wasn't enough whistleblowers at the time for it to be completely concrete, but the person was saying that the chemtrails were real, and the government is not to be trusted. But they're saying with whistleblowers, like aliens and different stuff, there's whistleblowers that happen. So lack of whistleblowers can be like, you know, maybe there's something not right here. Maybe it's not. Maybe it's exaggeration because they're saying like when an airplane's in the sky like that, the exhaust freezes in the sky. But no, there is. But they did say it's probably likely real. And now there is a whistleblower that was from the United States military, and she was saying that there is bad chemicals are being pumped out there, because you'll see them. I believe chemtrails are real, and it's like they make a cross, they make like an X in the sky, and they're dumping that all over us. I do believe in cloud seeding. That's why you have strange weather patterns and all kinds of this crazy weather stuff going on. I want you all to know something else. There is all these meteors falling all over the world to our planet and across the world. And in the other place in Australia, there is a red hues. The entire sky was red in Australia recently. Okay, Callie, understood. And maybe they aren't. That's another possibility, but I think that it's real in my opinion. And thank you for your take on this. And I'm open to see if I'm wrong. I'll accept that I'm wrong. But the Harvard report was skeptical about chemtrails, but with more whistleblowers coming out, it would give more credibility to it. But thank you for your take on this. So, you see, there's an X that goes across the sky, and people will see them everywhere. And there's theories that they're dumping chemicals on us, and it's causing a lot of people with different health issues or allergies, allegedly. People don't have to believe in it, but that seems to be something weird going on. Like, why would there be an X in the sky like that? Like, it's not like an airplane flying around. It's two crossing each other in the sky. Like, it's real far out there. Yeah, anything's possible. Yes, the sky was red in Australia. Oh, yes, Callie, yes. Understood. And maybe it's not. Maybe it's wrong, but I do certainly think it's real. I'm very certain. And the other thing about the Australia is that it's red. It was like blood red. Everything, like say right here, right? We see all this and just like green and darkness. It was like blood red, allegedly everywhere. And I saw the videos of it. I do have friends in Western Australia that I could get confirmation from, but that's what happened over there. So there's meteors that are falling from the sky, and some of these meteors are actually orbs, and they're moving around in zigzags. So there's some weird times going on. And there was a blood moon recently. You know what? I know, right? What is this? That's what everybody is wondering too. And I'll take you to school and tell you all about these. So I would be one of the richest aliens in the galaxy, wouldn't I? So what these are is called a giant ragweed. It's not that kind of weed you're speaking of. But it looked, when I was a kid, I thought it was that type of plant. I thought it was, but it's not. So it's a plant that ancient natives used for bread, for making not pastries, but making bread and using for herbal medicines. Oh, thank you so much, Nice Dono.
Thank you, a sound young yes, and comes down like a fog. You should see the wicked sky over Arkansas. Jesus is coming soon. Truly believe a lot of this is demonic. Amen. I do believe it's demonic. And, you know, and Jesus is coming soon. And there is so much bizarre, messed up things going on with those chemtrails. Yeah, thank you so much. I appreciate it for the dono. There's an eagle with a razor blades about to fly right your head. Make sure to duck. Okay, getting down now. Thanks. Thanks. See, Per saved my life a million times. And I wouldn't have ever seen that coming if it wasn't for Per. Facts. And the mysterious light is on again, chat. Scared. The mysterious light is on. Right there. Yeah, so it's a giant ragweed, and it also looks kind of like sassafras. Oh, what sector am I from? Yeah, it's weird. Yeah. Okay, well, we're gonna look at the weird light. As I said, I am from Louisiana, as I said before. Oh, and the light turned off when I talked about the light. Scared. And there's the mysterious moon. All right, so yes, absolutely. I'm running over there to see what that is. Yeah, I know what that is, Trump. It's a type of weed, I think. And yeah, good idea, Sand. The sky is okay. So Tone says the sky in Australia can turn deep red, orange, or pink, but it's usually caused by environmental factors rather than natural daily occurrence. Oh yeah, okay. Thank you for the info, because my friend Passion and Delight are over there, and they are probably would confirm what they would confirm what you're saying. There's lots of mines out there and gold and silver mines out there in Western Australia. So thank you for letting me know, because I don't know what on earth was going on. But it's still weird, in my opinion, for all this to happen at once. After the blood moon, the wars all over the world, and the chemtrails and the comets coming down, and it's a weird coincidence. But I want to know what it was. So thank you for telling me. Thank you. Okay, the sky in Australia can turn deep red, orange, or pink, but it's usually caused by environmental factors that can be natural daily occurrence. Yeah, okay, I got that in my head now. Check. A very pretty moon. All right. And here we have more of our plants. They're chilling. I'm going to show you all the other area. Okay. Maybe we'll see Claude again. Okay, there is Bubbles' brother. What is that? There's something else there. I don't know. All right, so that's one of the cats. Hello, Bubbles' brother. One of those banded puppies. The cat is likely, he's likely watching something, yes. Oh, there he is. That's a banded puppy, chat. Trump says, I knew a guy that said he used to watch orbs that follow the jets take off and destroy metropolitan area years ago. That is so cool. Thank you for your take on that. I didn't know about Detroit sightings. That's pretty good to know. Thank you. Oh yeah, definitely. And there is one time, right when we were right over here with Claude. We were right here with Claude, right? And there is a raccoon standing right there on his hind legs, right here, while I was like right in this spot. And Claude was just chilling there. These are elephant ear plants. They're from the tropical islands in the Pacific. They're called taro, and a lot of people from those, yeah, crazy raccoons, yeah. And a lot of people from those islands will go and eat them. But they have some crystal stuff in there, so it's kind of hard to swallow. Yeah, silly trash pandas are so cute, yeah. Oh, you love them. That's great. Yeah, yeah. All right, so this is the broccoli. So this broccoli right here is very cool, and the real broccoli from the plant is delicious, by the way. It's dark green, and it's like it sits on top of there on the plant, and it's very big. It get very big. I harvested a daikon right there, by the way, and the other daikons are right there. It's a type of Japanese radish. Yeah, baby broccoli. And this is, this just grew as I was on the stream. But yeah, this is a winter spinach plant. Well, you have come to the right place, because that's what we basically do. But yeah, those are good streams. I have someone I know that sub to me does that. And yeah, watching the skies for UFOs, yeah, that is very cool. I like those too. And this is a wild daikon. So a year ago, I grew daikon right here, the Japanese radish. And this is a descendant of it, because I let one of the plants just naturally die and grow. So this one is its descendant. And you see the bottom part of it, the part you eat, it's a little bit smaller. And then all of this grows here. So that is pretty cool. Oh, that's awesome. I'm glad that you tried them. And yeah, they are very good. If people like turnips, they like turnips. But, I grow turnips too. And yeah, they are very good. Right. I mean, for those who may not like them, they don't like them. But yeah, they're very interesting. Yeah, definitely pretty plant. And the whole plant is edible, by the way. Whole plant is edible. I don't have them right now, but this is where I grew some other plants. I grew pineapples here. Oh, look, we got some snails. A snail party going on. That is facts. Awesome. Yeah, because we have our different snails that like to hang out, and there's like a little snail party. Yeah, so there they are. Oh, there's the king snail. The one that we usually look for. Yes, okay. That's the snail that we usually see in the stream every single time with his companion snail. One time there was a competing grasshopper and he hopped away. So yeah, there he is right there. And there's another one. They're all just hanging out. Yeah, hail the king snail. Yes. All right, and this is the elderberry tree. And you see, the elderberries cannot be eaten the regular way. Like, you can't just pick it off and eat it. You have to have it cooked first because it has cyanide in it. Oh, thank you. Glad that you think it's a neat tree. All right, so this is the tallow tree. Yeah, this is the tallow tree. And I grew it from when I was little. I allowed them to, I didn't want them cutting it, so it came to a big tree. And, oh, hey, Abby, welcome to the stream. We just saw some banded puppies and cats and all kinds of things. And glad to have you on board. We'll see some more. And right here, this tree is from, you know, China. Benjamin Franklin brought this tree back to the United States and planted them in the East Coast. And they just spread all over the place. Yeah, and the banded puppies asked about you. And I told them that you're doing good. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you, Callie. All right. So, and this is likely a blackberry or some sort of other berry that Vash talked about. Yeah. So, I think it is something about corn. The plant. One thing I gotta do is show y'all the garden again, because I gotta go show something I'm doing this way. By the way, I might put some stuff back here too. And making my way through here. So I've cleared out some of this right here. You know, I've cleared out some of this. Trump. Oh, I know. Yeah. He's like, abandoned puppies. What is this man talking about? Now, it's banded puppies. I need to definitely save the abandoned puppies, but it was just banded puppies. All right. So, did you know that the only part of corn that has nutrition value is the little white piece at the end? I never knew that. I thought that it didn't really have much of that. So I didn't know that had that in there. So thank you. Fun thing to know. So this, I'm going to put some more plants here. And the thing about the first thing that I planted was corn. And with the corn plant, the type that I would do is sweet corn. So it's very, very short, like a little bit more taller than that. Oh, sand. That is so cool. That is so cool. And was in agronomist. Oh, nice. Can't digest most corn, that's for sure. Tastes good, though. Oh, okay. Per says, there might be a man in a pink suit approaching. If you see him, never look into his eyes. It'll make you faint, and he'll steal all your valuables. I will make sure not to look him in the eye. I will use my alien goggles, and it should shield me from anything that he tries to do with. Thank you for the heads up. I appreciate it. So, so fresh corn on the cob is seriously good. And shout to Per. Now, one thing that in this garden that I will do is that, so the sweet corn grows and it's not that tall. That's the corn you eat off the plant. And it's the corn on the cob. And it's very sweet and it tastes very good just right directly from the plant. And thank you, Sand. I'm not offended. I turned 28 in February 25th. The reason why I know about corn is because there is this a dude that owned the hardware store, and he told me about how to plant corn. And that's one of my favorite things to grow, because that was the first thing I did. So with the corn, the sweet corn is the type that you eat off the cob. Those big, giant, they're not really big. Oh, thank you, Callie. There is the big corn that you see in those giant fields. Those types of corn are usually used for processing. Like, they go process that one. You don't eat it directly off the plant. It has to be processed first. So those types of corn, the really big stalks, are not the ones people usually eat. But Chad can correct me if I'm wrong. And that is what I'm going to do. And I'm going to probably plant some more of them here. And we're going to also get some more pots like this. There's also something with pots. You get a pot like this, and under here, that's where the water comes in, and you could either put some herbs on top of the soil, or you could bury something in the soil and grow something. So I'm going to grow a couple of things. These were just some little winter plants that I had, but now the main part is this, what we're going to be growing. All right, and this is a space where I have different types of plants. There's these flowers that have roots. And the root flowers, they blossom in autumn. Every single autumn they bloom from the root. Those I really like because the roots are edible. And it's a type of artichoke plant. More from Jerusalem, so to speak. Yeah, so it's nice to clear out some more space and having that right there. Okay, and Callie says, so anyway, that is what they do. It's like a natural plant that grows around here, and it has roots that are very edible. Callie says, I line the bottom of my pots with leaves and sticks, and you don't need much dirt, and it makes the soil richer and stuff. Oh, thank you, Callie. I'm glad to know. All right, Stan says, when you plant your corn before the tassel starts having pollen, put up a paper on top of it once the pollen is ready. Right, shake the bag and shake the pollen into the bag and cut back. Cut the sheet back and pollinate. If you dump the pollen on it, it'll get bigger in ears of corn. That is so cool. Thank you. Thank you so much. All right, and if you put the bag over the ears of corn, bugs will stay out of it. Okay, good, because the bugs are from Temu. All right, the bugs can be annoying. Now, something that I did was... Yes, it's a cloudy night. Night shift. My bro is here. Facts. Hey, night shift feelings. Welcome to the stream. And that's a good idea. The deer eat all my corn. My pleasure. My pleasure, indeed. All right, fam. So what we're doing is we're talking about aliens and gardening and crops and plants and stuff. That's what we're talking about at the moment. We have been, just going on big discussions about conspiracy theories too, and things that are going on in the world that don't make any sense. So that's what we've been doing. And we've been watching banded puppies, cats, and all kinds of things running around. So glad that you're came by. Hello, Sunny. A shout out to you. Welcome to the stream. Nanu Nano. All right. Shout out to you. And Sunny Landish. Yeah, facts. And yes, real life Twilight Zone. Absolutely. It looks just like the Twilight Zone. Oh, hello, Chess. See. And the shoot. I did the pollinating by hand every summer until I turned 18, and sometimes in the summer when I went back to visit. Oh, okay. Okay, good to know. All right, so yes, it's windy where I am too. The wind is coming my way from where you are. Okay, I'll explain chess what I'm doing. So I am in this garden. Oh, storm's coming by you too, Callie. Yeah. The Whoa, there's so I'm in my garden looking at random plants that are wild and looking at plants that I allowed to grow here that were like shrubs and stuff and like kind of weeds. Not the weed that you're thinking of, but just regular kind of weeds. And we're talking about aliens, conspiracy theories, gardening, pretty much everything. And we're watching animals and cats and stuff walk around. Good question. There's poison ivy here at one time. I don't know if it's still here. It was in the back part, but I don't really go over there anymore. And I think when the people built that house, it's gone now. But yes, there was poison ivy at one time. Oh, Tone, you talked about humans on your live. Those Earthlings are something else. Yeah, very fascinating. Interesting to study. Yeah, humans yuck. I know. No. Oh, you're immune. Oh, Chess. Did you know that some people, I wouldn't recommend this. Everybody take precautions and study this before you do it. This is not medical advice. Some people eat poison ivy, apparently. And when they eat poison, but the people that can eat it are not allergic to it. So yeah, there are some people that are not allergic to it. But I don't recommend eating poison ivy. Yeah, some people are immune to it. Scared. I thankfully never been around poison ivy before. Oh, really, Abs? Oh, really, Abby? Yeah, so in the poison ivy, look, in my opinion, I don't know scared. Scared. I don't know for sure about, if it was poison. It was poison ivy. But I technically don't know everything about what it was, but it was a poison ivy in my opinion. I remember what I would get on my arms. I would get rashes on my arms. And I would get rashes on my arms. They're not there now, but I would get them on my arms. And which I believe was poison ivy. And so we did have poison ivy, and that's what happened. So, and it itched me, man. It really did. Oh, you're very welcome, Chess. I'm glad to do that. I'm glad to respond. All right, Tone says, in my hometown of Deedle, there was a famous show called Human Hunters. Oh, there's Human Hunters. Well, they are brave to try to hunt down those Earthlings. Poison ivy sucks. Already had some this year from pulling vines. Oh yeah, that's cringe. Definitely cringe. We don't ignore anybody here unless they are trolls. And even then, I like messing with them back then. Right. And I don't, what is this? So, live, I don't even know, that's not even a thing. Okay, that's just some, yeah, this is just some Temu, thank you, Abby. It's some Temu Sheen troll with nothing to do. That's not how the YouTube thing responds. Yeah, anyway. So, That is cool, Chess. You're immune to poison ivy. Oh, hello, I am. The troll's an idiot. Yeah. Okay, so I wonder when I troll other channels, that's how stupid I look. Scared. I guess that's nah, man. They make look like Einstein. Nah. So nah, they look so stupid. It's like, bruh, like, yeah, it's like beyond. It makes stupid offended. That's how dumb they look. The troll looks. Okay, and I see, Chess, and yeah, always listen to your parents, and this, thank you for telling us hello, and yeah, a lot of things on here, we're talking about, you know, things that are not always interesting to the kids, but thank you for telling us hello, appreciate it. And okay, Abby says, sometimes we can get a funny troll and I don't mind. That's the disrespect I don't put up with. Yeah, so yeah, little homie Keegan. Yeah. So anyway, the elephant ears. Right. Yeah, and see, sometimes we get a funny troll. Yeah, so yeah, this is the elephant ear. Yeah, this is the elephant ear. It's from the Pacific Islands. From the Pacific. Yeah. And going over this way, is they're more of a darker green. Be careful of those really small twigs. They could shoot up and they'll make you get mad. Oh, okay. Thank you. I definitely need that heads up because I was about to just walk into a trap. All right. So these are the elephant ear plants right here. Nice dark green. All right. And over here is a broccoli plant. Now, broccoli from the plant tastes much better. Oh, yeah, sure. Here's a deep red crimson vine. Little homie. Come on. Right here. This is the red vine. You see, it's all red, and it looks like it's from another planet. Right there. All right, and yes, that is almost blood red. Right. All right. Right, and these are some other. The native people used to use this for making bread and stuff like that back in the past. Little maroon. Yeah, okay. Yeah, behold the red vine. Yeah, definitely. The vines are gangsta. Okay, so we have this right here. And the natives use this for making bread, and they also use it for herbal stuff too. And this is, you know, some chimes. Have that. Oh yes, yes. We have a. I'll show you the frog. The frog was here earlier, and he was out there, and in the darkness, and we got to see him. Yeah, I love frogs too. Yes, we have wisteria in the other yard. It's not really in season right now, but it's still alive and it makes nice wisteria flowers. Yeah, I love those too. Okay, and I gotta go to sleep now. Just want to remind you to stay careful. There's lots of monsters out there at night. Thank you, Per. Good night to you, buddy, and I will keep diligent with the advice you've given me. Thank you, and take care. And I really hope we see a red-eyed tree frogs one day. I've never seen that in person. Yeah, bro, red-eyed tree frogs, bro. So sometimes around here, I'll see red-eyed tree frogs. It's been a while since I've seen one of them, but I see a red-eyed tree frog will be on the wall with its red beady eyes, and they must have been imported here at some point. Right, right. I want to see one too. Louisiana has the reptiles. Yes. Yes, Louisiana has all the reptiles. That is true. Okay, so yeah, we have some snakes around here too, and different reptiles as well. Yeah, they are. I mean, the the frog is very strong and noble, and they hop to their lily pads in safety. And I love the frog noises. You see, there is lots of frogs here, and sometimes you'll see them hopping around. Yeah. Oh, there's also these crazy geckos that are on the walls, and they look wicked. Like they look really insane. They will be really out there with the, they'll have like textures on their back, and they'll be transparent. Yes, watch out for the swamp puppies. Yes, yes. I know what those. Yeah, watch out for the puppies. Oh yeah, yeah. I have an idea. I know what they're doing. I know exactly what they're doing. They're hilarious. Yeah. Oh, there's something cool to see over here. Bro, I can't wait for the day the snake comes out to live. Yeah. Yeah, facts. All right, so this is the... It's a fungus. This is a fungus on the clovers, and it's clover rust. And the fungus like communicates to the other plants. It's like kind of like can be invasive. The fungus, but it's okay. No one eats these things, so it's all right. Let's see. Abby ain't got to worry about anything because it's cold where she's at. All right. All right. Abby says, I love to see a snake on the live. I can tell Alien is great with animals, so they would get along great. Yeah, facts. I do these garden lives daily. Yes, and there's moose too. There's moose too, as well. All right, let's go this way. Oh, now I do live streams before the garden live, but it's about like trials and trial coverage and conspiracy theories and stuff. That one is a little bit earlier. So I do a computer live. It's also about learning. It's kind of like a learning channel too, and about trials and learning and stuff like that. But the other trial the other stream like this usually happens around midnight central or after midnight central. That's when they usually start. Now I might do the garden live earlier tomorrow. Hilarious night shift. Okay, cat walks that way. Yes, they're Canadian horses. Yeah, they have the moose too, as well. Okay. All right, so we're still going to be here. Oh, thank you, Chess. I appreciate it. Okay, Tone, you should see the sky in Arkansas right now, USA. Something is going on with the atmosphere. I think the rich people are trying to play God. Yes, I do believe the rich people are trying to play God in many ways, and they're trying to take us out. That's what I think they're definitely doing. I'm finding a book in flight and coming back Texas on Moose. These gas prices too stupid right now. Facts. Hey, Phil. All right. We actually call Canadian geese cobra. Yeah, shout out to Phil. The chickens, as they aggressively AF and won't back down from anything, they are protecting eggs. There's a little cat chilling. Oh, that's interesting. Aggressive, and they are aggressive AF, and they won't back down from anything if they are protecting eggs. Okay, good to know. All right, and there's the moon. I'll put a lasso on it and bring it down for all of you. Okay, Chess, thank you for coming. It was nice having you on the stream. All right. Right. Oh, thank you, Jess. You're awesome. You rock too. You see that cat, and he's walking away. I got too many cats. That's how many cats I have. I got way too many. And the cats that I have, you know, it's over 12. Over 12. And Trump says, not to be creepy, but I just heard of the Manson murder conspiracies. Also, do you think Patterson Giblin Bigfoot video? All right, so I think that the Bigfoot video is real, and I do believe Bigfoot exists. And yes, the rich definitely try to play God constantly. I'm going to be, okay, so I'm going to do a computer live stream around 9 o'clock Central that's different than this live stream. And then the live stream like this, that's the Garden Live, is going to be around, okay, tomorrow I might go live around the time I went live this time, around 10 something, or 9 or earlier. All right, so I might do a Garden Live earlier tomorrow around 8. So either around 8 or 9 tomorrow, I'm going to either do a Garden Live or a Computer Live. And if I do a Computer Live, this type of live stream will be more closer to midnight. But tomorrow, I'm probably going to go live on the phone, do a Garden Live around that time of, you know, before 10 o'clock. Drowning in cat, right. But on weekdays, I usually go live around 9 or 8 o'clock Central, usually with like trials and stuff. And then on this live stream will be usually around midnight. But tomorrow I'm probably going to do a live stream a little bit earlier. This type of live stream a little earlier. Because I want some people to see these things. Yeah. So, yeah, Bigfoot. I think the Bigfoot is real. It's an interdimensional being. And I think it's real footage. And the natives talked about stuff like that. I caught that too, though. Drowning in cat was funny. Yeah. So scared.
The other thing that happened was, let's see. We talk about all kinds of trials here. I talk about the Manson murders all the time, and all kinds of serial deleters and stuff, because we talk about true. This is a true crime channel too, and on the true crime channel, which is here, I think there's theories that Charles Manson was an MK Ultra victim, and he also was just an evil, creepy cult leader. But the MK Ultra thing, either way, he was a bad person. But the MK Ultra may have messed his mind up with drugs, and they used him for some things, for their scheme. Another thing about Charles Manson was he was a creepy cult leader, and he murdered just because he was trying to start a race war. And then he got caught. So yeah, that's definitely a crazy case about how the cult went to it went to their head, and it was able to get all those people to do those dark deeds. Yeah. So definitely, we talk about true crime stuff here all the time. Okay, yo, Abby, I hollered that thought rushed through my head, and that took me. Elon Musk's mother, I hear, was actually friends with Charles Manson. I don't know. I have never heard of anything like that, but I'll go look into it. Maybe she knew him or encountered him at one time. I don't know. Yes, you speak Bigfoot. Why is it that he has one Bigfoot? He has one Bigfoot because it had to do with the time it got stung by a bee. And it was a supernatural bee. It was an alien bee. So that's why it happened. I says, I'm glad you got that. Some people, I've noticed, my humor scares people. Scared. Yeah, Abby, we get your humor here. And shout out to Night Shift 2 for being chill and getting the humor as well. Okay, and at this point, I'm not ending the stream. I'm just going in another area to charge this stuff. But don't go anywhere. I'm still here. I'm just going to move to another location. And it'll be dark for a moment, but we'll come back. Oh, I'll tell you all about Bigfoot. All right. I am going to tell you that in just a moment, by the way. In just a moment. Let's see. Yeah, it's getting kind of low. We'll be right back in 1 second. All right. Okay, there I am. Going to come back in a second. Okay.
wrong word. Okay. So we're going to be talking about Bigfoot. Okay. Hello, Chur. Good to see you. All right. 1 minute. I'm going to be going for 1 second at the switch to connection. All right. So I'm here. Chur, the night smoke. Okay. Yeah, thanks everyone for nearly 40 likes. Yeah, thank you for all the likes. I really appreciate it very much. It's very good to hit the like button. And the alien bees seem to know about all well and was merely a myth, but it seems to be not. Yeah, get lit. Get lit. Okay, let's going to talk about Bigfoot. All right. Just have to check something. Let's go here. Okay. All right. Let's get started. Let's see Bigfoot. So, Bigfoot is this creature that people have seen. Nice to meet you. Yes, it's nice to meet you too, Sand. And Bigfoot is this entity that people see in the woods, and people interdimensional. It can appear and disappear. And it's very tall. And shout out to Chur. Hey, Chur, bro. All right. Yeah, so too many Native American tribes, the figure known as Bigfoot or Sasquatch, was not a monster cryptid, but a real ancient being with deep spiritual cultural significance. So, yeah, oh yeah, get your smokes, your vapes, your drinks, whatever, and just, or other types of smokes and just chill and enjoy the stream. Yeah. All right. So so in these native tribes, right? They talked about something like before, we America even was here. And so here we go. We're gonna read about this. Or not a monster cryptid, but a real ancient being that helped spiritual and culture significance. Yes, Mufasa, on my channel I have sound effects and stuff that I made. I recently did one about the spiritual guide. Many tribes such as the Yakama and Nez Perce view Bigfoot as a protector of the forest or a spiritual guide that helps maintain the balance of nature. Stick Indians. Some Plateau tribes use the term to describe a category of potentially hostile forests beings who might steal salmon or lead people astray. Distinct relative. Many oral traditions describe them as elder brothers or a spiritual tribe of humans who come close. Hilarious, Turbo. The Sasquatch. The word Sasquatch itself was from the Halcomelum people. So Bigfoot came from legends from the indigenous people. You don't believe in Dogman. Okay. Oh, Underboss was talking about Dogman here. Yo, I got Alien playing that screen. We made it. Right. Facts. Yes. The name Bigfoot also belonged to several prominent Native American historical figures. Chief Bigfoot and other cheap Bigfoot. Yeah, chat. Anybody believe in reincarnation? I think that it can, certain circumstances. I believe God has allowed to happen under certain circumstances, and there's people that have reported it before. I'm curious what chat thinks about it. Rose says he's gonna come back reincarnated as a fish. Nice. A Dogman's from 2015. I didn't know that. No shield. I believe I saw a Mothman last month, night before safety at the house window. Oh, okay. Tell me, what did it look like? What did it look like? Okay, and I would have tried Gorilla Glue. That's all I needed for Bigfoot glue now. Yes, now you need Bigfoot glue. Yes. All right. The legend of Bigfoot or Sasquatch is rooted of thousands of years of indigenous oral traditions across North America. Far from being a modern monster, these beings are often viewed by native tribes as an ancient relatives, forest guardians, or spirit messengers. Oh, you saw the massive red eyes. Yeah, that is a signature feature from them. Let's see what else it says. Oh, okay. So ancient relatives. Many tribes, such as the Lakota, refer to Bigfoot as Chaitanka, which translates into Big Elder Brother. In the tradition, they are seen as a separate tribe of humans who chose a different path, living in harmony in the wild rather than developing modern civilizations. Sasquatch name. The most famous term of Sasquatch is an anglicized version of the word from the Halcom language. The coast of Salish people in British Columbia, it literally means wild man or hairy man. All right, I'm back. So, Stick Indians. Some Plato tribes, like the Warm Springs Confederated tribe, use the category of forest beings who can be wild. Sometimes stealing fish or whistling to lead travelers astray. Messengers of change. Many elders teach that Bigfoot appears during evil times as a warning from the Creator. These signs are interpreted as a sign of humanity has disrespected sacred instructions, harmony of the world. Supernatural alibis. In the modern tradition, Bigfoot possesses a psychic abilities such as the power to become invisible to know when they are being haunted. This explains why they are elusive to those who seek to capture or study them. Ape Canyon. Early reports, while indigenous stories are ancient, the legend entered mainstream culture through events like 1924 Ape Canyon incident, where miners in Washington claim to have been besieged by mountain devils throwing rocks at their cabin. Modern popularization. The name Bigfoot itself was coined in 19 1958, after a road contractor named Ray Wallace found a giant tracks in northern California, though some of his tracks were later revealed as hoaxes. The name struck and fueled global fascination. All right, let's see. All right, let's see if this works. Okay, it's coming back. All right, so Night Shift says, I believe in reincarnation. My mom and grandmother passed 4 years apart in 98. In 98 and '01, my grandmother came back as a white dove and sat on the fence by our favorite spot by the tree. Okay, let's see. Sorry to hear about that. Your long, yeah, condolence. Okay, let's see. Sorry to hear about that. Your long, yeah, condolences for your loss. Condolences for your loss. Yeah, so got a little emotional because I was always close and in touch, and that memory lived rent free in my head. Yeah, yeah. But I also believe in reincarnation. I think Dad came back as a fox. Well, that's very cool. That's very cool. Okay, so the Patterson Gremlin film. Okay, he said, that's why I call myself Night Shift. I work overnight to try to heal. Yeah, and I like nighttime. I like hanging out, doing the different streams and stuff. And usually I just would walk by myself in the woods and just do my thing. So definitely can just help take your mind off things. The Patterson Gimlin film, the most famous modern piece of evidence, is a 1967 film shot by Bluff Creek, California. It shows a large, hairy, bipedal creature walking in the woods, which many believe cite the definitive look of the Sasquatch. Cultural resilience. Today, Bigfoot remains a powerful symbol of the wilderness for indigenous communities. The continued presence of Sasquatch represents the resilience of the culture and reminder that humans are just one part of a much larger family. Oh yeah, because you can't always connect the dots looking back. You're looking forward, but looking backwards, you can connect things, and it makes more sense. Yeah, because I do believe that the hard times can make strong men, and the rather than causing someone to wither away, it'll cause somebody to get stronger, like forging something out of metal, right? You heat metal up and you make it into something. So yeah, I definitely think that it made him stronger. Yeah. You can't be perfected without trials, just like a gem being perfected without friction wouldn't happen. So a gem is a gem because of the friction it went through. We can't always control what happens to us, but our reaction to them. That's something that helped me with a lot of things, is that, you know, anything could happen to anybody, but your reaction to it, and also the everything you went through was there to help make you who you are today. Yeah. Living is one of the greatest acts of courage someone can do. Yeah, and so, and something that I do is Yeah, and great minds think alike. We think different, and truly are changing things. So, yeah, glad to see like-minded people. Okay, Night Shift. I didn't know if that was some a secret handshake or a sign or something. I wasn't like, who's what's what's going on here? So, yeah, thank you for clarifying about that. So, with those, there's many ways to the top of the mountain. Also, hey Nim, hey buddy. Oh, earlier we're seeing different cats. We saw some new cats. That hilarious, hilarious chat. Oh, the cats are doing great. Uh, Claude was looking at. Oh, There's two new ones. There's one little small tabby, and there's this other one that's big. This bigger one it's a white cat with a tabby tail and a tabby head, but the rest of the cat is white. And Claude was looking in a tree, looking at the tree rats, and the other cats were, walking around the field and the garden. So yeah, all the cats are doing fine. They're all just kind of communicating with each other and walking around. The the swamp puppies came out and hung out with us for a little bit, and then went back into the forest. Yeah, yeah. Scared. Right. So I hope your cat is doing well, Nim. Also, yeah, we're sitting here talking about Bigfoot. Let's see. All right, and you see, like, as I went through different things, and oh, you're welcome. You're welcome. I remember we had a good conversation about that. Yeah, thanks. Scared, ski-aired, screwed. All right. I've seen Canadian lynx. Oh, you had to give half pain pill today. Oh, okay. And yeah, she's good. Glad she's good. Okay. Oh, thoughts and prayers for that the checkup goes well. Yeah, definitely. Thank you for filling me in. Let's see this. Abby says, I've seen Canadian lynx before. They are so precious. They aren't aggressive, and they have such fluffy paws. They're basically giant house cats. Oh, that is so cute. Does anyone Yes, I have cats that do that. Nim, yes. All right, let's look at Maine Coon. Yeah, they are huge. All right, that's the Maine Coon. Yeah, they're probably getting the zoomies or getting real excited. We'll figure it out. But yeah, that is something that I wonder about too. But you know, they get excited and they like to play. Oh, you nickname him Stinky. Yeah, that's the Maine Coon. That's really big. Yeah, those are some very big cats. So he thinks they belong in the wild. Okay. All right, let's find all that right now. Feeding a Maine Coon typically costs between $50 and 150 US dollars a month for a single adult because they're one of the largest domesticated cat breeds. They require more calories than an average cat and often eating about 25 to 50 more percent. I mean, I was an Uber driver and someone had a black one. Man, all I saw was its eyes. Oh, scared. Scared. All right. High quality specialty, 100 to 150 per month. This covers premium high protein wet food. Raw meat diets are specialized breeds specifically for formulas. Prescription diets, 200 plus per month. If your Maine Coon has allergies or gastrational issues, specialized medical food is significantly more expensive. And exactly like the ones who are relatable into the wild, I'm all for, but they can survive on their own bed. They need to stay who's ever home got them or whoever will take great care of them. Size and appetite. Adult Maine Coons can weigh between 8 and 25 pounds. They generally need roughly 25 to 30 calories per pound of body weight daily. Yeah, scared. Life stage. Maine Coon kittens are eating machines because they grow up for 4 years. They may spend more on food during their first few years than you will once they reach full maturity. Scared, 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 scared. And scary. Wet versus dry food. Wet food is more expensive, but often recommended to prevent dehydration and kidney issues, which this breed can be prone to. Many owners free feed dry food and provide wet food 2 to 3 times a day. Nim, explain about cats not drinking water. I'd like to know your take on that. Most owners should budget for 600 to 1800 just for food and treats when adding other essentials like $20 to $50 a month. The Maine Coon could get very expensive. Yes, I am Vash. Yes. I'm about to do it in a moment. All right. I literally have to syringe feed water and meds to my cat and take him to the vet to get hydrated. Oh, okay. Yeah. Yeah. I get it. I get it now. All right. We're going to talk about some Bigfoot type creepypasta stories. All right. All right. Native American Bigfoot legends vary significantly by region, moving from perspective spirits in the west to aggressive giants in the east. Here are some of the most specific stories and beings from oral traditions. The Wild Woman of the Woods. In traditions of the Koaka and other northwest coast is a giant hairy wild woman. She's often depicted with pursed lips, her making a hoo hoo sound, and carrying a basket on her back. Elders used her story to teach children to behave, and warning would snatch up the misbehaving kids and put them in a basket to take back home into the mountains. And the stone giant. The Iroquois tell of the stone giant. These beings are described as much larger, more aggressive. The typical Sasquatch, standing 9 to 11 feet tall. According to legends, they made themselves nearly invulnerable by rubbing their bodies with resin and rolling on rocks, and they had stone skin. They are often portrayed as territorial cannibals who could move mountains or cause thunder. I got you. Yes, understood, Nim. And yeah, that's a lot that the cat is going through. Yeah, I'm glad that you're taking care of your cat. Definitely, you are much needed. The red hair giants in Nevada.
the northern Paiute have long-standing traditions regarding the Saitika tribe of red-haired cannibalistic giants. The story goes that after generations of war, the Paiute trap remaining giants in Lovelock Cave entrance, while modern cryptid hunters often link this to Bigfoot. The Paiute describes them as distinct, savage-like race. Yay! A great time for stories, right? The Tree Man. Some Salish legends describe Bigfoot not just as a creature, but a shapeshifter. That's a good question. There may be just one, but because it seems to be sightings all over the place of one, that may be appearing interdimensionally. But if that's not the case, there probably is multiple Bigfoots, maybe a family of them too. I think both could be true. Legend described Bigfoot, and not creature, but a shapeshifter. In these stories, a group of treemen would stand still in the forest, appearing ordinary trees, untrained eye. If human approaches and looked away, these trees would suddenly disappear or change positions, revealing their true nature as shapeshifter beings. Oh, the Yeti, yes. Onahupai in Ojibwe, the big hairy man, is often seen as a spiritual messenger. They believe he appears during evil times when humanity has strayed from the sacred instructions. His presence serves as a warning that the balance of nature has been upset and people must change their ways to restore harmony. Yeah, it's like Baby Yoda. All right, that's allegedly a baby Bigfoot. And there you go. Scared. Looks like your neighbor. All right, here's a creepypasta. Here we go. Nitro said, "That's my uncle, man. You wrong, alien." Alien got that one wrong. Right. The humming started on a Tuesday, a low frequency vibration that seemed to emanate from the very walls of my apartment. Hey, the humming started on Tuesday, a low frequency vibration that seemed to emanate from the very walls of my apartment.
At first, I dismissed it as a faulty refrigerator or perhaps neighbor's white noise machine. But as the sun dipped below the horizon, the sound didn't just persist, it began to sync with my own heartbeat. Every time my chest thumped was groaned in perfect rhythm, a mechanical mimicry that made the hair on my arms stand up straight. Oh, thank you, Abby. You too. Shout out to all of you, the greatest chats on the internet. By the second night, the vibration had turned into a faint, distorted whisper. I stayed up with flashlight scanned in the corners where the ceiling met the floor, convinced I'd find a speaker or a vent I'd never noticed before. Instead, I found weeping spots, a small oily patches of dark liquid were seeping through the wallpaper. Wait, I'm gonna read this again. By the second night, the vibration had turned into a faint, distorted whisper. I stayed up with a flashlight, scanning the corners where the ceiling met the floor, convinced I'd find a speaker or a vent I'd never noticed before. Instead, I found a weeping spots. Small oily patches of dark liquid were seeping through the wallpaper, smelling faintly of old pennies in stagnant water. They weren't random, they were from a crude circular patterns around my bed. All right, Abby. On the other night, I didn't sleep. I didn't go to sleep. I sat in the corner of the room, clutching the kitchen knife, watching those oily stains expand. Whispering had grown into the chorus of voices, all of them sounding like my own, but pitched slightly wrong, hollow and wet. They weren't saying words, just reciting my daily routine back to me. Coffee at 7 keys on the counter. Lock the door. They knew everything I did when I thought I was alone. I tried to leave, but the front door wouldn't budge, as if the wood had fused with the frame. I turned back to the room and saw the oily circles had fully connected, forming a shimmering black ring on the floor. From the center of the ring, a hand began to emerge. It wasn't human. It was made of the same flickering low res static you see on an old TV. Yet it gripped the carpet with terrifying physical weight. They then came to the head, a featureless gray mass that slowly turned toward me. Now, I'm writing this from the corner of the ceiling. I don't know how I got here, or why my body is still down there, sitting there in the chair and staring at the wall with a blank, peaceful expression. Oh, yes, facts. Back with snacks, facts. Facts. The static thing is standing behind me. Now its long flickering fingers resting on my shoulders like an old friend. The humming has finally stopped, replaced by the sound of my own voice coming from thing's mouth, whispering empty room, I am home. All right, so now let's do the next one. Oh no, snacks are fine. The snacks are fine. The old Polaroid camera was a gift left on my porch with no note, just a layer of gray dust. Curious, I snapped a photo of my empty hallway to see if it still worked. As the film developed, a dark shape emerged from the center of the frame. A tall, spindly figure standing right in front of my bedroom door. I looked up, heart hammering, but hallway was completely empty. I brushed it off as a double exposure or a prank, but the compulsion to take another was addictive. I turned toward the kitchen and pressed the shutter, and the mechanical whir, sound, the bone snapping. This time, the image showed the figure much closer. It elongated fingers resting on the edge of my dining table. In the photo, the creature's head was tilted at an impossible angle, but the actual room, there was nothing but the smell of ozone and rolling lilies. I want chili heat Doritos. Nim, that is delicious. I love those chocolate bars. Yeah, we got to give bro Skittles facts for the ice cream. Panic finally set in. Backed into the living room, my eyes darting between the physical world. At the developing snapshot, I took a third photo of the front door, desperate to see if the path was clear. When the colors bled into the view, the figure wasn't just in the room, it was blocking the exit. Its face was a smooth, featureless mask of pale skin. The most terrifying part was the monster, though. It was the fact that the photo of my own reflection in the door's glass looked terrified, but my shadow was reaching to the touch in the creature's hand. Yes, yes, I agree, Abby. Yes. I dropped the camera, but it went off one more time as it hit the floor. The flash blinded me for a second, a searing white light that felt like a physical punch. I scrambled for the final print, my hands shaking so hard I nearly tore the plastic. The photo showed the living room from a high angle, looking down at me. I was huddled on the floor, and a spindly figure was leaning over me, its face pressed against the black of my neck. I can't feel my limbs anymore, but feel a cold, static tingling spreading from my spine to my brain. I'm looking at the cameras now, lying just a few feet away, and realize that the lens pointed at me. Its point is, if you're reading this, don't look behind you. The flash is about to go off, but the time the photos develop, it'll already be too late to run. Oh, thank you, Night Shift. I witnessed a deadly hurricane that messed up the city, and it was pretty crazy. So I witnessed that, and I've I've seen a lot of, you know, I don't even know where to start. I've seen quite a few. Let's see. I definitely had a lot of wars in different chat rooms. That was something quite crazy in my experience with YouTube. That was something interesting. So those are some things I experienced. The 11th floor. This is so we're gonna do some more creepypastas. The elevator in my new office building has a button for a floor that doesn't exist on the directory. 11 out of the board curiosity. I pressed it late on Tuesday night while leaving. The doors groaned shut, and instead of the usual smooth ascent, the car shuddered violently, and the lights flickered to a stickly, jaundiced yellow. While the doors finally slid open, the air smelled of ozone and wet cardboard. The hallway beyond was a mirror image of the 10th floor, but everything was slightly off. The carpet was a shade of gray that seemed to hurt my eyes. Hello there, Mufasa. And the fluorescent lights. Okay, so everything was off. The carpet was a shade of gray that seemed to hurt my eyes, and the fluorescent lights hummed in a low diso dis. Okay, the hallway beyond was a mirror image of the 10th floor, but everything was silently off. The carpet was a shade of gray that seemed to hurt my eyes, and the fluorescent lights hummed in a low, dissonant chord that vibrated my teeth. I stepped out into the dining, and the elevator echoed forever down the corridor that looked miles long. Every door was labeled with my own name printed in front that looked like it was bleeding from the wood. Oh, thank you, bro. Mufasa, thank you. I walked toward the nearest door, my footstep muffled, unnaturally, thick carpet. As I reached for the handle, a sound erupted from behind the door, a frantic rhythmic tapping of a keyboard, overlaid with a wet, heavy breathing. I pressed my ear to the wood and heard my own voice on the other side, sobbing quietly as it whispered, "Not yet, it's not finished yet." Terrified, I spun around to run back to the elevator, but doors were already closing. Through the narrow gaps, I saw a version of myself standing inside the car. He looked exactly like me, but his skin was the color of old parchment, and his eyes were nothing but hollow, black pits. He didn't wave, he just placed a finger to his lips of the doors, hissed shut, leaving me to the jaundice light. Yeah, yeah, Vash has the rig. Yeah, definitely. Terrified, I spun around to run back to the elevator, but the doors were already closing. Through the narrowing gap, I saw a version of myself standing inside the car. He looked exactly like me, but the skin was the color of old parchment, and his eyes were nothing but hollow black pits. He didn't wave. He just placed a finger to his lips in the door and hissed shush, leaving me to the jaundice light. Now I've been walking this hallway for what feels like a few days, every door I pass still labeled with my name, and typing between them getting louder, faster, more desperate. I finally stopped at the door, and that night. Okay, now I've been walking for it feels like days. Every door I pass still labeled with my name, and typing behind them is still getting louder and faster and more desperate. I finally stopped at the door, and that was slightly ajar. I looked inside and saw a desk with a computer chair and pile of wet cardboard. I think it's finally my turn to start typing. Yeah, that is true, Night Shift. The skeleton in the background is everything. Yeah. That is good. You love God. That's good. The thirst. It started as a small crack in the basement pipe. A slow drip, drip, drip. I ignored it for weeks. I finally went down with a wrench. Expected a simple fix, but the puddle on the floor wasn't water. It was a thick, translucent blue liquid that shimmered like oil. When I touched it, the substance didn't feel wet. It felt hungry, clinging to my skin with static like pull that made my nerves hum. How old did I turn? Um, I became 28 in February. All right. Yeah, so listen to Jesus, Mufasa. That's a good idea. Over the next days, the thirst became unbearable. No matter how much I. Oh, thank you, Nim. Thank you. Yeah. I get called a baby a lot. Over the next few days, the. Yeah, so my birthday's in February 25th. So you're in August. That is cool. Oh, thank you, Nim. I appreciate the condolences. Thank you, fam. Yeah, and Abby will celebrate your birthday on the stream, because what I do birthday celebrations for people I know. So we'll definitely do that. Oh, night shifts April 18th. We'll celebrate yours too. Oh yeah, you're welcome. 2 days away from 420. That's true. Facts. August 24. Oh, I'm February 25. So it's almost like a similar, I'm on the 25th and she's a 24. The hurricane that hit my city was August 29, '05. It was messed up. Right. And yes, it meant to be a stoner, yeah. I lost quite a bit, but I had a great experience with my family in Mississippi and in Florida, and this is why I live where I am now because of that hurricane. So actually, I gained a lot of stuff from being here and having that. I wouldn't have had that big yard if it wasn't for the hurricane. So I actually gained a lot from what I lost. It flooded too. Yeah. All right. The thirst. It started as Yeah, exactly. Exactly, Nim. Oh, that's cool, Night Shift. And Abby says, "Damn, that's got to be pretty scary, though. Did you have PTSD after?" Oh, it was traumatic for me, definitely. But through my own self and determination and God's help, I was able to overcome anything that I had issues about and made me who I am today. Yeah, it definitely was a traumatic thing to go through. I, it was a scary time. Yeah. So, I sometimes have dreams about flooding and stuff, but I'm okay. Yeah, I'm safe. Yeah, and the cats too. Yeah. Oh, the cats had to be rescued. Yeah. But the cats are rescued from that. Yes, Jesus and God's the same. And oh, well, no. What happened was the cats were a lot of the pets were given enough food, and well, people didn't think the levees would break, but the people didn't think the levees would break. But no, the cats were here. One of them was taken with us, but so family evacuated. I was 7, and we weren't here. We were somewhere else. But yeah, and the cats were left here in the flood, but they were rescued by family, and they were brought to a vet. I was in Fort McMurray when we had a horrible wildfire and was traumatic AF, and we were driving through flames basically. Oh, that is terrible. That is terrible. Some of the cats didn't survive. A few of them didn't survive. Just but most cats survived, but a few of them didn't. Right. I know it was sad. Yeah. Oh yeah, definitely. And either Jesus will return or at some point it will go back to the great kingdom. Yeah. I know definitely. Yeah. The earth has its issues. Yes, I thank you, Night Shift. Yes, that is what matters the most. That I made it out, and I wouldn't be here in this place if it wasn't for that storm. And many more cats have been rescued and helped since then. So it was a cool thing that came out later. So we can't always control what happens, but your reaction to something, and yeah, it was many good things. So many good things came out of that situation. It doesn't bother me. Oh no, no, it's still technically same region, the same area where it happened, but the well, the levees are still, they're built better than before, apparently. But it's a good idea to not be in an area where that happens. Yeah. Oh, you're very welcome. Very welcome. Thank you, Night Shift. Yeah, like right where I'm sitting would be like, would be a rim of water. I would be doing a flood stream, and I'd walk in the backyard, and we would see a, a lake instead of a garden. And this room would be like it would be like a swimming pool. Yeah. Shield. Yeah, I was very upset when I saw this place after the storm, and definitely lots of definitely a trauma response, and it was like lots of mold and filled with all kinds of crazy things. You hate your life. Well, you got to understand is that people, being thankful for the blessings that you do possess is important. And I went through falling outs recently, and things I worked on for many years, and just like got all destroyed. So I understand when life can get frustrating. You just gotta trust in something, God or destiny, karma, whatever, that things may not make sense in the moment. Yeah, if you want to talk about it, feel free to talk about it. But with us, we're here for you. But looking back, things make sense. So right now it may not make sense. When you look back, it'll make sense. And everything in the situation you're learning will, and whatever you're going through, will gear you for what's coming later. If I hadn't had falling outs with different chat groups, I see that's what led me to wanting to do. One of the things that I was thinking about doing these phone lives again, and I got all of you. So I appreciate y'all very much. Ah, Mufasa, that is very messed up. Where, yeah, Abby says, exactly, we need to help each other with our problems, judging nobody's perfect or normal, in my opinion. Okay, so Mufasa, that is a very traumatic event to go through. It's so I'll say is what you're feeling is normal. Okay, it's a normal response, and I can understand why trusting people may seem like not an option. And something is that failure doesn't mean that you failed. It just means you found a way it didn't work. So, we are definitely feel for you and feel bad that this happened to you. Now, say in this situation, in this scenario, you are going through pain, right, and suffering, and you got to remember that it's within you to be the person that is better than any other guy out there. And you can either believe not in yourself or believe in yourself. Because remember, the one who can and can't are both correct. And you can use the upset you have and the anger rather than self-inflicting. You could use it for doing a channel or, I don't know, doing a working out or whatever. See, using it's pure power. And you'll become the most irresistible person that you're going to have to make the person that cheated on you regret ever leaving you in the first place. You have to be that person. And you could definitely do it because you have the motivation, like the upset you have, that's good fuel for what you must do. All right, Mufasa said, I don't trust because I see all my friends are going through it now. They're asking for advice. Okay, as I said, like, there are a lot of untrustworthy snakes out there. Okay, he's saying that he was with a woman and they did DNA tests and the kid isn't his. I don't trust because... Right. Exactly. So this is what I think. I think that... Okay, Nim. I'll explain to you how I got in the live streams. So, I used to be just in chat rooms on YouTube, on other people's live streams and talking to other people. So, there's one in 2020, there's a political, like political stuff and like news and current topics. I would go over there and it's okay, Nim. And it was a call-in, it was a call-in show and there's people in the chat that were talking. And then they wanted me to call into the show because one of my friends had something else to say, so he had me call into the show and talk to the host. And that was pretty cool. So there's like thousands of people watching, and I called in, and the dude and I became very close. And for another lady, my friend Peach, she got me calling in all the time, and people liked my calls on the show, and that continued. And a lot of people came here. And I was on live stream chats all over YouTube, and people all over YouTube came to my channel from different live streams. And so Peach wanted me to do my own live streams. I never thought of doing my own live streams before. I never was going to. And over time, I got equipment. I was going to get equipment, whatever, see what I got to do. And I talked to the dude, the host of the show, and asked him about like what to do in a live stream. And he taught me pretty much everything on the live about how to do like a computer live stream. And then later I did the phone lives also. So, and people would like come from the channel from these different chat rooms, and we would have like a secondary hangout stream. It would go live every Thursday, Friday, or a Sunday. And then that happened. So it was because other people wanted me to go live, I did it. Then I went into trial chats and had them. And then they came here, and tons of those people came to this channel. Then there was some sort of a, some groups that were wanting to be with their own group, and then there was some misunderstandings that happened, and there's some civil wars that happened, and also trial chat that happened too. But anyway, we had people here from different live streams, and I went live about Thursdays and Fridays. Then when I got into trial stuff, I went live every single day because Abby wanted me to go live every day because she had traumatic things happen in my live streams. Yes, that is dope, yeah. So people on the live streams wanted to, she wanted me to go live every single day. And we would do trial recaps. Another thing that is on weekends, Moki wanted me to go live after she got out of the pool. Is someone that I know from that goes on the earlier live streams. So I was going live every day doing trial recaps, and eventually got monetized, and I helped other people create their own channels. I helped other people make their own live streams all over YouTube. Some people, I have, had falling outs with me because some people and I have different views on how to do things, but that is basically what happened. So people want to hear me do live streams, so I did the live streams. People wanted me to call into shows, and I call into shows, and that's what I did. I was on all over YouTube. I am known all over YouTube. I'm on chat rooms all over YouTube. Some of these channels have millions of subs, and I'm like a guest on there. So that's how we got here. And there was this, I would see different YouTube creators do phone lives and different types of chill streams. And then I continued this stuff. And, oh, thank you, Nim. And this is one of the most pioneering moments of the spaceship's history because, oh, thank you. Oh, hello, Doro. Dorothy, I meant. Very cool name. Oh, welcome to the stream. So that's what I did. Y'all are from organic traffic. Like, y'all are from YouTube just coming here. Other people that are cool too came from different channels. Y'all came directly to here. So that is a new experiment, and it's been going really well. And the channel's been growing crazy since I've done the phone lives. So yeah, in December, there was some falling out that happened and it's like everything my adult life I was working on, then people have different, I want to do something with the spaceship. Other people want to do their thing with the spaceship. Then it goes, and people like to so people have disagreements. Like, say there's like a board, right? And the board says, oh, let's try to disagree with the alien spaceship. But I still trusted that the dots would connect in my future. And here we are, talking to all of you. After all that, I came here, and we're still going. Vash, I want it to grow as much as possibly could grow. I want the whole world in this channel one day. And it's a passion thing. Right. So, and really the reason why I do these live streams is because people like them. Like, I went live because people wanted me to do it. People want to hear what I have to say. People wanted a place to hang out. Blessings to you too, Lord Dorothy. Yeah, and Abby says, I like how you feel, and that's what got me really interested. You truly listen to us. Yes. I care about y'all very much, and I want to listen and y'all to have a good, stream. So yeah, just, like a night shift. He gets off the night shift and he comes here and chills, and people love these live streams. People watch the replays. It's been growing, and my team has congratulated me and all of you, even if y'all don't see them because they're sleeping, for these streams. So that's why I do these streams. It's, yes, and DM me Star Channel. Okay, so, yeah, Mufasa. Now, find your passion or what you really like to do. Like, an interest that you have, what you feel in your heart is the right thing to do, you could do it. So, find an interest or something. You could make get a software of some kind to make a video of yourself, or make a video recording, or make shorts. Those work too. Oh, thank you, Vash. I'm glad I inspired curiosity. So that's what I wanted to do. I wanted to do that and have. So that's what you do. You get some streaming software if you want to, or get video. Like, you can use your phone. You could use your smartphone if you have a smartphone. Oh, that's good. That's good that you have a plan for your channel. And the biggest risk is taking none. You could use your phone, and you could make videos, and you could upload them to YouTube, or just film yourself like what I'm doing. Yeah. And I think death is the single best invention of life, because once you realize that you don't have time and that you live each day as if it were the last day of your life, you know, ask yourself every day, is this the thing, if it was the last day of my life, I'm about to do? That's why with the oh, nice. That's good, Mufasa. That's good. And, you know, death is the single best invention of life for that. And, you know, time is limited. You have to live your own life and not live in someone else's shadow. You know, and with y'all see, I have haters, and you hear my story that I've had falling outs with different boards and groups. And so, you know, they could quote you, they could disagree with you, they can make you into a villain, but they can never ignore you because you change things. You know, and people might call us crazy, but in a spaceship we see true genius, because you have to be, you know, people that think you are crazy and stuff, you have to be crazy enough to change the world, and you will. So that's people that have hate and stuff that we'll see in these chats and other groups that have disagreements with the alien, is that basically that's what it is. Like, you could ignore somebody that's not doing anything significant, like all of you here, and where something, a movement, a force, because this is pioneering. These phone lives are pioneering because it's getting so many traffic to the channel. One of my streams got 1,000 views. And this is the new way YouTube's promoted content to be viewed like this, because people are swiping and they see this and they jump on it. So it's the new way of communication and how things are working now, because it went from computer lives to this type of live stream. And yes, that's good that you love God. I mean, God loves you too. And don't lose faith, you know. And it's like, and I talked about with Vash about the iPod and a Nano, and there's lots of Apple stores and stuff that people have, and that dude was also ousted, but he created Pixar. He created, you know, different things that wouldn't have happened if it wasn't for the ousting, and these different things we do on YouTube happen because of things that, you know, didn't always work out, and it was something I was going to do anyway also. So that's why I think it is important to connect the dots looking backwards. You're welcome, Abby. I didn't mind. You were, I was just, I was there, and I'm thinking to myself, I don't know where she's going with this, but it looked like a funny joke, and oh yeah, and we could pray together, and I'll be praying for you, Mufasa, in the name of Jesus. He is with you always. He'll never leave you. Remember, your house is built on the rock of God, of Christ. And the storms can come to both houses, and the other house is going to be swept away because it's built in the sand, but your house is built in the rock. And you are going to be unshakable. So remember, storms come to both houses. You can't always control what happens to you, but your reaction to it. And everything woven into your destiny is what you needed for you to continue what's going to come in the future. And there is a great renaissance going to happen. And you being alive and being here is an act of courage and opening up to us about this. And you are going to be, you see, people will regret wronging you and casting you to the side. Okay, they will regret doing that, because you will become something that everybody wishes they were. And as I said, your family's cool people, you know, and Buddha, I think, was a important prophet, you know, because I believe God sent prophets to all nations. So Buddha was a good messenger for the time he was sent. But you believing in God organically is great too. You know, that is great that you, and may the Holy Spirit guide you and nurture you to his truth. Yes, Buddha is good. Buddha said that if you have hatred towards anybody, it's like you take a hot coal and throw it at somebody, but you're only going to burn yourself. Now, Buddha was very wise. I like his teachings, and other prophets throughout history. You know, so I think all the religions have truths in them that people can adapt to. it's like a bunch of streams leading to one river. Yeah, and Abby, I I remember that time, and with my alien charm, I showed you the garden, and we got you on board the spaceship, and without having you not leave the spaceship. So yeah, I remember that, and it was funny. I was like, no, this is my garden, and you're like, ah, good, because you're realizing all this stuff was mine. You're like, oh, good. Yeah. So shout out to you, Abby. I'm glad you found this channel, Abby. And I was like, oh, a model came to my chat. That's good to see. But yeah, I didn't let it affect me. It was, I stay calm in these situations. Yeah. And as long as everything is good, I love it. Yeah, because there's evil, in the world, but we reject evil, and I believe all people generally want to do good. And Buddha, Confucius, and Jesus all said similar things. And all the other religions too have prophets that also said things that were cool. So, and in all religions are going to have people that are extremists, that are bad, that are, you're going to have different people that are going to be, cringing, and you misinterpret things. But, as I said, you are on the right track. God has got you covered. All right. He has you, palm of his hand. And, he will bring you a better person. He will bring you better days. He will give you beauty for ashes, joy for mourning, and double for trouble. Remember, Jesus said to not worry like the sparrows, like the cats, like all these animals we see in nature. They don't worry about anything. So God takes good care of them, and he'll take good care of you too. And, you build resilience, you build strength. If you had a good life where nothing bad ever happened to you, it would be not the same. You have a story to tell. See, anything bad happens to you, you have a story to tell, where other people may not. And what happened to you, you're still here today. And that is why, you got to remember that it's all going to be okay. Yeah, Hindu talking about aliens was crazy. Yeah. And let's see, Abby says, I love Chill Channel where we will just relax and talk about whatever, if respectful and rarely ever rude. But I will troll the trolls. Yeah, thank you for trolling the trolls, because lots of the trolls are from Temu and Sheen. I talk to God when I sometimes feel lost, and he helps me always. Oh yeah, God helps me too. God has helped me through so much. That's why I'm here with y'all today. People don't have to believe in God or be religious if they don't want to. That's fine. I believe there's many ways to top the mountain. But yeah, and I'm a Christian, and I am, here for you. So yeah, but people don't have to be religious, and I don't judge people that aren't religious, but I just believe that we didn't come here by mistake. I don't think that it was random chance. Even Charles Darwin said we didn't come here by random chance, even if the evolutionary thing was true. And I believe that however we were put here, something put us here. And I believe in a good and evil. There's good versus evil. And definitely in the world. And I believe that God will guide people in his timing to how he wants them to be. Yes. And in the den of lions, so there is the prophet Daniel, and they were going to throw him to the den of hungry lions, and he just went to sleep, and he was chill, and he woke up, and he was perfectly fine. Yes, and I will say that with people to accept their belief in God, it's up to them to do it and their timing, if they want to. And that is good to invite others to the truth of God. And it will be people who have a free will to choose what they want to do. And if she feels in her spirit
to communicate with God, that's up to her, and if not, that's okay too. But the door is always open. Abby can always know the door is always open. Usually in traumatic situations, people will pray to God. But I admire your zealousness, Mufasa, about your faith, and He has you completely covered. And everybody in chat may be blessed. I believe that He will bless all here and elsewhere. There's people that have known me that were atheists and they became, or whatever, and they became religious around me. And I credit everything good to God. Okay, Abby says, so true. I definitely believe in God. Just don't go to church or anything. Okay, so Mufasa, she believes in God. She just doesn't go to church. And I believe that the kingdom of God is within man. Not one man or a group of men, but within you. Now, you, the people, have the power. The power to make machines. The power to make happiness. You have the power to make this life a wonderful adventure. You know, it's not in a church or in a temple or mosque or synagogue, whatever. Different religions have different places of worship. It's the kingdom of God is within you always. So, and I don't believe people need a church or anything like that. They could just believe it within them. Yes, Abby, and I have sinned too, and I am not perfect. You know, that's why Jesus told the Pharisees that to cast the first stone that has not sinned. Yes, I pray nearly every night. When I can. Well, I pray every night. And yeah, I do it every day. If there's a time that for some reason I don't do it, I make it up for another time. Yeah. But people, one prayer can be more powerful than 100 prayers. Mufasa said, I lost all my family, even family I talk to God now, hearing as I type. Yeah, God is all the family you need. You know, Christ has everything under control, and He is, all you need, because He is the most powerful, God's most powerful being in the universe. And, He's all perfect and all knowing. God is most merciful. He's all knowing, all compassionate, and He sees everything that is done and everything that you do. He sees a mustard seed and an atom's weight of what happens. And when all the hardships come to you, God will bring tremendous ease, always, and nurture your spirit. Yes, Jesus in your heart, you will feel it. As Jesus dwells within the heart, always, within all of us. That is true. Amen. Abby says, oh, that's awesome. I have a friend who does that, and he just seems so peaceful. I'm guessing that's why you're so calm and respectful. Oh, thank you, Abby. Thank you. I really appreciate it. All good things, all that I am, I contribute to God. All right. He is the greatest. And I've learned things from all different religions and different sages and wise warriors and stuff. And I've been honored and gifted of the path of God has led me. And the older I get, the less I realize I knew, because there's so much to learn. Yes, and Mufasa, definitely amen. And all must accept Christ in their heart, and that will be very cool. Very cool. Yes, and Night Shift has been through enough. Yeah, you've been through enough, and and because Jesus would lead the 99 sheep to find the one. And He died and resurrected to save all people. from their sin. And he was sacrificed and martyred for his cause. Oh, you're welcome, Saw Girl. I deeply appreciate you being here with us. So, Mufasa, her friend has Jesus in her heart too, like us. Okay. I really like the communities and stick together, and like I can tell everyone here has each other's backs. Yes, we all have each other's backs, and unity is strength. Right. Right, and Jesus and remember, when you have hardships in this world, you got to remember that Jesus' kingdom is not of this world. Hey, Mufasa, yeah. So her friend has, I don't know of anything wrong her friend did. Yeah, the Garden of Eden, right? So, though that people can repent, I don't know. We're not too sure exactly what you mean, Mufasa, but her friend is a Christian believer like we are, and yes, anybody that does any kind of wrongdoing, which her friend seems perfectly fine, but yeah, we should focus on. Yeah, it's like she's done nothing wrong, her friend. Yes, but I will say, Mufasa, and you can apologize aloud anything you've wrong. And also, Mufasa, remember, consider your own failings before you're concerned about what others are doing wrong. And when you have, yes, most people don't say it out loud. Most people don't repent. But we have to focus on our own failings and our own sins, because there's so much sins to go around. That's what we have to be focusing on the most. And shout out to your friend Abby. She's a very good believer, like myself. And all because God is all knowing and He does all forgiving, and He forgives me of my shortcomings and everyone else's, which I am glad to have God to do. And we should not judge others, because we would also be judged. I appreciate you being here on the chat. And what you need to do is, and a lot of the things you said are cool, but will we focus on me and you and what we're talking about, and not other people and their friends right now? Your conversation with me, focus on the conversation of Jesus. Yes. So yeah, we have to leave other people out of it, but you and me can talk about our own personal situations. What you got wrong? Okay, so the only error that you committed was telling her that her friend did something wrong, because she thought that you're saying her friend did something bad. I know maybe you meant that people do a sin or do a sin, they could repent. So she just, to not focus on people that are not here, and you could say instead that all people can believe in God and go to Him, and that is how it works. So, yes, you're doing fine. Just we'll talk about Jesus, and focus on your own self and not others. Yeah. Something that, I used to do, I'd focus on who's doing this, who's doing that. But yeah, you just focus on your own internal self and also me too. And people that are not here, we're not going to talk about them at the moment. But thank you for your Mufasa. You have to. I hear what you're saying, but you have to not talk about her friend at all. Yeah, and Night Shift said, "Hey Vash, you're there." Right. So we're going to set the rules right now. Is that we're not going to talk about her friend needing to repent. You have to talk about you needing to repent, and you getting a keeping the relationship, with women steady, also. So that's what we have to focus on right now. All right. So let's see. The golden rule is so everything do to others as what you would have them do to you. You're welcome, Abby. And let's see. Let's do this one. Oh yeah, Vash is there. Facts. Jesus, I am the way, truth. Jesus said, I am the way, the truth, and the life. No one comes to the Father except through me. All right. Remember this. This is what Jesus said. Do unto everything unto others what you would have them do to you. For it sums up the law of the prophets. If you don't want to be judged, don't judge others. Right. But I tell you, love your enemies and pray for those that persecute you. A new commandment I give you, love one another as I have loved you, so you must love one another. All right, and let's see. Jesus promises peace despite worldly troubles, declaring, I have overcome the world. The important thing about Jesus is that he has overcome all the world and all the hardships. So any hardship you ever face, Jesus has already overcome it, and all you need is God. You don't need anyone else. Primary passage, Jesus explicitly links the way of truth and the life. Other Bible verses expand these items, these themes individually, collecting defined path of the followers. Jesus describes the path of life as difficult. Narrow is the road, enter through the narrow gate. Narrow is the road and leads to life and finds anew. Yes, I feel Jesus when I read. Okay, Night Shift, good night to you. Thank you for coming. I sound bored. Oh no, I'm not bored. I admire your enthusiasm about the scripture, but no, I'm not bored. I've been doing quite a long stream, so I may not be as and it's also 3 a.m. So as I said, I'm not being bored at the moment. But yeah, but thank you for correcting me there, and I appreciate your constructive criticism about that, because I don't want to be non-enthusiastic, and I do feel Christ within me when I read these verses. Thank you. Oh, okay, Abby, understood. Sawgirl says, I was raised Roman Catholic. It gave me belief in God and Jesus. I am no longer practicing, but I kept belief in a higher being, and that God is that God wait, that is God in Jesus. Were you raised Roman Catholic? Sawgirl, I was raised Roman Catholic. Okay. And I have Protestant ancestors too, but yes, I was raised Roman Catholic. And so we have the same upbringing. And now I'm more of I call myself an eclectic Christian. I'm more of a Protestant now, but I like things from both churches. What I feel about Jesus Christ in my heart, I feel that with him within me is a light, a burning fire, a light within me that gives unlimited energy and spiritual strength always. And that all the darkness in the world cannot extinguish the single candle. And I feel peace and God's presence. That's what I feel. Oh, okay, Sawgirl, understood. I have to drive my friend to work plus going to Outlet Mall. Oh, that sounds fun. That sounds fun. All right. The Apostle Peter wrote that believers are called to follow in Christ's physical and spiritual steps. Christ suffered for you, leaving you an example that you should follow in his steps. Because I believe iron sharpens iron. Yes, he makes peace. A peace that surpasses all understanding. Yes, I would. And I would hope that the Lord would give me the strength to do that if I didn't have it on my own. But yes, I definitely would do what I must for the faith. Light of the world. Jesus promises that those who follow him will not walk in darkness. I am the light of the world. Whoever follows me will never walk in darkness, but will have the light of life. Freedom through truth. Jesus teaches that abiding his word reveals the truth that liberates. If you hold my teachings, you are really my disciple. Then you will know the truth, and the truth will set you free. Ah, that's a good way to say it. And what you're saying is actually a very good parable, because there was Abraham and his son, and God wanted him to sacrifice his son, like these other gods are having people sacrifice. He wanted him to sacrifice his son. And instead, God sent a ram in the bush. So in the same way that Christ would deliver his people from that persecution. And I appreciate that. That was very nice to say. Okay, now, why do you think the devil is in my head? What's your take on that? Because usually there's a lot of people around the world that have been, martyred for Christ many different times. There's been saints, and there's been people to this day that are martyred for their belief in Christ. So I'm curious about your perspective about that. Bearing witness. In his trial before Pilate, Jesus defined that his very purpose was testifying to the truth. For the reason I was born to testify the truth, everyone on the side of truth listens to me. Answer the quick question. Now, answering a question quick, it is good to take thought and pausing before answering a question. That is good. That is a good analogy, because a lot of times pausing before speaking is very good to point that out. Now, I will say is that I am very zealous for the faith. And I will say this, is that it depends on how you interpret it. I wouldn't go do anything to anyone else or cause a problem for, and in that kind of sense. But if something was supposed to destroy me and renounce Jesus, I'm going to be zealous and say I will not renounce Jesus. But then again, you had Peter, who was in the Garden of Gethsemane, and he went and slashed a person's ear. But then he said, Jesus, I don't know who you are. So yeah, it definitely would be able to see how people would react in a situation. Sargo says, the devil is always there, tempting us every day, every minute, every second throughout the centuries. Yes, that is true. He never stops, and he's just non-clockwork. It is the same thing over and over again. So we definitely want to rebuke the devil in the name of Jesus and only have the Lord within us. And may he guide me, my speech, my mind, everything, and all of us to the truth and the righteousness. Grace and truth. The prologue of John Gospel describes Jesus as the incarnate Word, full of grace and truth. I think Jesus he mourns for people that are martyred for him. So what I mean by being martyred for Jesus is if somebody says, believe in Jesus or be deleted. I don't mean like going to battle and doing that kind of thing. I mean like if someone says, believe in Jesus or not. Yes, so Jesus, actually there's a quote about this. Jesus said, if you die for my sake and the sake of the Gospels, you will save it. Because of your belief, right. It's important to die for the belief, right? It's not a battle. I think battles can be interpreted all kinds of different ways. There's a battle within your mind. That's the biggest battle that you'll face, rather than outside events. And you have power over your mind, but not outside events. And when you know this, you'll find strength. So I think that Jesus wants people to not deny him and who he is and stand up for his, if someone wants to test somebody, they have to be ready for the exam. All right. Let's see. Oh, amen. Amen. And God as always loves you for your whole life. There was a coin that a woman lost, and she was looking all over for it. And then he put the lantern out on top of it, and the house was illuminated with light. And eventually she was able to find the candle that was missing. So that is excellent that you also feel the same way. I did too. Because God is all truth, and there is no lies within him. So when the woman found the coin, she was very happy and excited. All right. So that's how God is when someone comes back to him. And he also said to pray for your enemies and love those that persecute you. It doesn't mean to be a doormat, though, and you can fight for yourself. You can defend yourself, but we have to also have that attribute with us about holding nothing against no one, because it only taints within you if you do that. The reason why there's no negative sayings is because God is the source of all peace and all truth. Okay, Abby, see you tomorrow. Thank you for coming. It's been a great stream with you. Have a good night. All right, and let's see. Because God is the source of all peace, and he cast away the devil and all the evil spirits, and he gives peace and tranquility, because that's what God is. That's what God gives to all people. He doesn't give people anything else but the truth. And it's always positive. You know, there's a saying, be positive or be quiet. So, because there's a calm spirit, right? There's a loud mind and a calm mind. Because when you let the thoughts wash away, God will give you his peace. Because, you know, may the Lord bless you and keep you. May he cause his favor to shine over you and give you his peace. That's what he does. For though I preach the gospel, I have nothing to glory about, for necessary is laid upon me. A woe is to me that preach not the gospel. And there's something that when there's pride before, yeah, I hate Turbro. I hate Turbro. Yeah, there's something where there's pride before the fall. And there is different civilizations that existed. And the people became corrupted, and they didn't exist anymore. Because people got boastful in themselves and thought that they could make something better than what God can do. And then they collapsed, and they led to destruction. Remember this: hard times make strong men. Strong men make good times. Good times make weak men. Weak men make hard times. So those cycles are things that happen. Oh, okay, Mufasa. I see your message. All right, so why is there more negative than positive? Okay, so the reason why there's more negative than positive is because we live in a fallen world where the fallen entities, the fallen world completely took over. So when something like this happens, people are corrupted by the forbidden fruit, by sin, for centuries and centuries and centuries, and there's more of that. And that's why that happens. And that's how it works with the negativity. And a lot of times people are more drawn to negative things than positive things because of the fight or flight response. So it's just the fallen world and our sinful nature. That's why the positive, say, for instance, gold and silver are valuable because they're rare. But something like a plastic from Temu is not valuable because it's not rare. What you're speaking of, positivity is value to it because it's more difficult to attain than negativity. Negativity is all over the place. It's cheap. But positivity is more valuable. And God wants things to be more valuable, and they have to gain to get it. Like, say something fancy, right? It's something that's valuable because it's scarce. So positivity is a good goal to get because it's something scarce. It's more disciplined than negativity. Well, I'm talking about gold and silver, and I'm giving you an analogy. I'm telling you why there's more negativity, okay? Just as a parable about gold and silver, they're valuable, right? Negativity is also valuable to people because there's more is not valuable to people, right? Gold and silver is like positivity. Okay? And you go ahead and tell me. I'm fine. That's good. You could go ahead and talk. So with gold and silver is positive. Negativity is Timu. Right? So when there's more plastic and stuff around, that is going to be negativity. And the thing is, positivity is more rare because you have to be more disciplined and be more focused. And we live in a fallen world where people are more negative, where negativity is more easy to attain and less valuable. Right. So that is why there's more negativity, because of the fallen world, and it's easier to get than positivity. And let's see, Mufasa, plain and simple. Let's hear it. All right. So that is my take about it. Okay. People don't go to church. Well, that is a very, very good example. That's why. Is people are seeking not God, but they're seeking the wealth of the earth, so to speak. So, yeah, people not going to church and not believing in, aiming high towards the Lord, that certainly would cause people to be more negative. When you take away the spirituality and the teachings of God and Christ, it causes an issue where the negative demonic energy comes in. I like that. I agree with you. I believe when they took God out of all kinds of different things, it made society go downhill. Every civilization that took God out of something went downhill. That's very well said. I definitely commend you for that. That's very wise. I'm over here talking about gold and silver and some math equation, and very simplistically, very well said. The people don't go to church. When you take God out of the equation, you're going to have a failing product. God is the essential heart of everything that would be success in these situations. Mm-hmm. And you have a right to do that. That is fine. Because I think it's important to find whatever works, even if I'm wrong. That's why I think teamwork is very important, because iron sharpens iron. It's like, I am glad that you are here to make it more simplistic so people can understand. So, and I appreciate you telling us that. Facts. Sargirl says, it was Madeline O'Hara that caused that no prayer in school, yeah, and look at what happened. Her, in the end, ended up at a bottom of a well deleted with her son and granddaughter. Oh, yeah, I agree about making it simple. That is the perfect product. Yeah, although we don't wish any harm on anybody, I think that prayer is important to have, in my opinion. If you have a different opinion, they could let me know. But yeah, it's just, I think that people, they say reap what you sow. And although we shouldn't have any violence towards anybody, I think that, prayer is very important for people to have, and in schools. But people disagree with that. They can say what they think. But yeah, I think that it's good to keep God first place. Those who pray are the ones who think God has arranged matters all wrong, also think they can instruct that God how to put them right. You know, I do believe there's a lot of people that think that. They believe that they can. Good morning, Andrew. Hope that you're doing well. All right. All right. So, good morning to you. Those who pray are the ones who think that is God arranged matters all wrong, also think they can instruct God how to put them right. So, I do think there are people that try to use God as like a genie, and they think they can control the different outcomes and just feel that they're misguided. But people have to just trust in God's plan and not try to question him. I think people can have prayer requests to God about different things, but ultimately ask that his will be done. But I think fear is a normal emotion to feel. I think people have a right to be upset about whatever they're going through. That's a very good question. Why would you pray? The reason why people would pray is because people would do one or two things. That the slate is already there, right? It's already written in stone what is going to happen. But people can pray to see about God changing an outcome or having an outcome happen. Because Jesus said, anything you ask in prayer will be yours. Because God is already going to do it anyway, right? God has already set what's going to happen. But you can ask him, and he could make an exception or make something in your favor. And sometimes we have a prayer, it doesn't come out the way that we think. Because God answers prayers in his own way. So if he doesn't give you a prayer answered, he'll give you something better. That's why God encourages prayer, because it's communication, it's feedback. So God already had it planned out, but he could turn something around, like asking your friend for something. Your friend and you are going to go to a movie somewhere. You could ask your friend to go to another movie instead. But if you don't ask, you don't receive. Well, no, it was not God's plan to cause suffering. God allows free will to happen. And suffering came from free will, because if everyone was always good, never did anything wrong, you can never be truly good. There's no light without dark. Fred, you got to understand something, is that there's no light without dark. Okay? And the bad things were essential to happen, but God can intervene and change something and stop something. So that's what I think the point is that, it is, if they go through it, they'll be okay. And if God does answer the prayer, it'll be okay. I think it's good to pray to God all the time, even if you're not afraid, but people do pray in those times. All right, Fred said, if God is changing something, then God is fallible. God made a mistake, or God making something better or worse. Now, how do you know it's not the other way around? God knows what he's going to do before it happens. He could have influenced the person to do the prayer because he wanted the people to adjust to their will. And God, a lot of the times, is not orchestrating these things to happen like you're thinking. God allows things to happen. Okay, he allows it to happen. He didn't make any flaw. Humans are the ones that made a flaw by being corrupted. So it wasn't him that did it. He didn't set this up like this. It was humans that set it up this way, and God allows it to happen. But if you really want him to intervene, he will intervene. But he a lot of times doesn't answer prayers because he'll do something better. So it depends on the circumstances. You have to not, even if I'm wrong, you can't view things through black and white. You view things through a gray spectrum, that there could be exceptions to the rule. And, there is a situation where people that are in disbelief, it's like they're in a dark water. They can't see anything. And that is when you have that happen, they can't, if you give them eyes, they won't see, and ears they don't hear. Right? So people that are in belief have the light of the Lord within them. And Vash is a thumbs down. Scared. All right. The brain is always dark. Yeah, that is true. That is true. And Fred said, and Sawgirl said, I'm going to smoke a bowl that always enlightens me. Okay. Okay. And Fred said, God allows suffering to happen, then I don't know what anything to do with that God. Well, and that is your business. And that is on you if that's what you want to do. Because you got to understand is that if you don't allow things bad to happen, Sawgirl back. Yes, Sawgirl's back. You see, the thing about it is that God gave people a free will to do what people wanted to do. That's how it works. And when bad things happen, something good could come out of it. Because there's a balance, there's a yin and a yang. There is no light without dark. If you have things that are happening that are good all the time, you don't have there is no chance for it to really change and grow. Because a lot of times when people go through pain and suffering, people have a chance to grow and to change in a positive way. What happens to you can happen for you. So that is a way you have to think of it. And I'm thankful for all the things that happened to me that weren't good. And a lot of other people agree with that. So it just depends on how you view and interpret things. And people don't have to agree, and I could be wrong, but that's certainly what I think. Because I think that the bad things that happened to me was good for me in the long term. Right. And God would, yes, God means what's in your heart. Right, exactly. And it's just, when you give people a free choice to do something that, that's how it works. Right. And Fred says, then it's God's fault by proxy that bad things happen. Yes, it does have to do with Christianity. That is true. And you seem that you're an expert in Christianity. Why are you asking these questions? And it's fault by proxy. Well, you got to understand something is that in the long term, yes, God allowed it to happen. Okay. What if it is his fault? Okay. He gave humans the chance to choose right from wrong. Okay. So you can't always control what happens, but your reaction to something. But you got to remember there's also positivity. There's also positivity. There's also good days. There's also good things that happen at the same time. So you're talking about the negative things all the time, but there's also so much positivity in the world too that you're overlooking. I don't blame God for anything, no. All right, Fred said, when something good happens, it must be God. When something bad happens, it must be the devil. That way, no one needs to be held accountable for responsible. Oh, I agree that a lot of times people will blame the devil and not take personal accountability. I do believe people must take personal accountability for their actions and behaviors. No, I wouldn't blame God. I must have been doing God's somewhere else. I'm over here with my legs. I need to be more responsible with my legs. All right, Vash says, now we came full circle. There's good people and bad people. Sometimes you don't end up with the latter. That's a good way to put it. I like that. Let's go pin that message. And look, we could always agree to disagree about everything. So, yeah. And those are my thoughts about that matter, Fred. And I appreciate everybody's thoughts and opinions about this. It's a very good discussion to see different opinions going through. And thank you, Vash. That, I think, sums it up, perfectly. Yes, positivity is important. Like sometimes, like Claude will have a negative streak in him, but overall he's a positive cat. Yes, that is what makes us human, agreeing to disagree. Now, there's cherry picking, but what about... Yeah, I thought it was autocorrect. Now, there's cherry picking, and there's also berry picking. Why not just have all the berries and cherries together? Yes, Mufasa, yeah. Yeah, cherry blossom, there's a cherry blossom, and it's pink. And when the flower reaches its peak, it dies, and it falls. So when that happens, you have a situation occur where when the flower falls, it reached its peak. And the samurai's code was that when the cherry blossom went to its full potential, like the samurai, it would die at its peak. Very similar. And yes, I know about Adam and Eve. So that's what I think in life is the same thing with the cherry blossom. By the way, the cherry blossoms are very beautiful, and cherries are very amazing to eat. I like them. I definitely like them in ice cream. Now, chat, if anybody eats ice cream, what's your favorite type of ice cream, out of curiosity? Yes, only God knows if it's okay. I agree. Peanut butter, and chocolate. That's delicious. I like chocolate ones too. My favorite is mint and chip. Yeah, and it is a blessing to have those ice creams in those different ways. Yeah. All right, Sargo says 31 flavors make the best peanut butter and chocolate ice cream so delicious. Right. Right. And I like that. That sounds like it would be very good and tasty. Yeah, cookie dough for the win. Yeah, women brought us here. Yeah, yeah. There you go, Mufasa. That is very true. Yeah. Okay, and yeah, because I've had cherries on ice cream before, and also I like vanilla. Vanilla is a classic one. I remember there's this ice cream with the cow on it, and I always felt it was like, had a farm vibe to it. I like that. See, Adam and Eve did not have another child till after Cain had married and had grandchildren. It's because they did what they did. There could be all kinds of different reasons. I wasn't there, to speculate. Sometimes you have to accept things how they are. There's a blue sky, there's clouds and green grass for some reason. However, if it evolved like that or God put it there or whatever, sometimes things are just as they are. We think too much and feel too little a lot of times. And one thing that I liked with the other thing, which was the snowballs, this is kind of a random thing, but yeah, snowballs are really good. I liked the spearmint. That was very good snowball, and there was like the clown hair looking snowball that was very good too. Right, exactly. Things is what they are. And once you realize that, it frees your mind up. And especially if something's imaginary or not real, why focus so much time and energy on something that doesn't exist? There's, if people don't believe something exists, there's other things to do besides that. So people could do their own internal soul searching. Yeah, hilarious Mufasa. Yeah. Yeah. So, yeah, that's my explanation about it. So I remember where it was like Bluebell. It wasn't Bluebell, but it was something like that. You had this type of. It's gonna come back to me. Okay, you had like the cow on the chocolate version with the cow on it of the ice cream. That was really cool. It was like a cow that had chocolate milk. I thought chocolate milk was interesting because it was a different color than the rest of the milk. I thought, oh, I wonder how that's done. Then I figured it out later. So, yeah, I've not tried all of the flavors, but definitely I have tried most of them. And yeah, Jerry. Yeah, I did like in school. There was this thing they did about Ben and Jerry's ice cream, and that was all about their company and what they did. That was a pretty cool story because the two people started out and they made this big ice cream company over it, and I think that's wild that they're able to do that. That's pretty cool. So let's see. Well, Fred, if you have any inconsistencies, that's something that you have to straighten out on your own, and you have to consider your own failings before you'll forget your anger towards others or other things. I mean, if you read the Harry Potter series or something, whatever, it's like you criticize the Harry Potter book series or Chronicles of Narnia. I don't know why people have to harp on this other thing that it's if there's inconsistencies or inconsistencies, it is whatever it is. It's like, life is too short for you to be this worked up over all this stuff. And let's see, Ben and Jerry's. to this. Okay. Yes, I do agree that and there's an afterlife, Mufasa, that I believe is real, where going to a better place. Other people might be reincarnated. People might believe in reincarnation. Yeah, exactly. But the time on Earth is temporary, but the spirit, the soul is eternal. All right. All right. The origins of Ben and Jerry's began in 1963 in a seventh grade gym class in Merrick, Long Island, where Ben Coheen and Jerry Greenfield first became friends. By the late 1970s, both were looking for a fresh start. Jerry had been rejected by medical schools, and Ben was struggling as a potter. In 1977, they decided to start a business together, initially setting up an opening bagel shop before realizing the equipment costs were too high. And I will say that I don't think we came here by accident. I think something or someone put us here. Even if evolution happened, I think something put us here. Like I don't think things just come out by mistake. And Mufasa says, when I go to work, sometimes I ask myself, life is living. Life is worth living. Why are we working? Yeah. Now, the reason why people work, according to, there's all kinds of ways to, explain that, but the reason why people work is, they had to till the fields and stuff as a punishment for, whatever happened. And people worked as a way as God created us to create things and contribute to things. That was something he created us to do also. Turning to a more affordable option, Duo invested $5 in the ice cream making correspondence course, Pennsylvania, and State University, with a total investment of $12,000, including $4,000 in personal savings and $4,000 in bank loans. They renovated an old gas station in Burlington, Vermont, on May 5, 1978, and they officially opened their first scoop shop, serving rich ice cream and other foods like crepes to offset the cold Vermont weather. Imagine we was in an island, no God, no job. That's freedom. Right. Now, eventually, if everything was going great all the time, would it eventually get boring after a while? Because I think that freedom, what is freedom? In the long term, would freedom really work out? Right, but interesting point. There'd be an island where we have a vacation, but sometimes a vacation, would get old and you need something else to happen. Okay, that's a very good question. Those that never heard of Jesus before, God would understand that they never heard of Jesus before, and I think that if they're righteous people, they would be saved. It's people that knew maybe that in other situations that would have a problem. And that's why I say God is the judge. Like, I don't know who goes to heaven and who doesn't. It's really up to him. So I would say that those people that are truly righteous that didn't know about Jesus would be saved because this wouldn't be fair. And I don't even know how it all works or who gets what or who goes where. It's up to him. Thank you for your question. The brand signature style ice cream filled with a large chunks, actually steamed from the Ben Cohen's severe insomnia, a lack of sense of smell, because he couldn't fully taste the flowers. He relied on a mouthfeel texture, leading them to mix up large chunks that would become their trademark. This focused on texture combined with creative flavor names quickly differentiated them in super premium ice cream markets. Oh, good morning, Beans. Welcome to the stream. I hope you're doing well, Beans. It's been about a minute since I've seen you. Yeah, smash that like button. Yeah, facts. I don't care about other religions as long as they are not Satan. I agree. Rise says, I want to ask, do Jesus and God are the same or different persons? Because in Bible, Jesus prayed to God. That is a good question. And some people believe that there are two separate, that Jesus was a prophet and God was separate. But according to the Christian Bible, Jesus claimed that before time began, he was the I am. And so this was the name of God in the burning bush. So that's how that works. And so he claimed that he was the one that was not created, but he was the one that was God himself in human form. And why does God pray to himself? The reason why God prays to himself is that's a good question right there, because God isn't really praying to himself. That's God really there on earth. But you could say this, that you go into a video game, right? And you're playing a character in a matrix, you're both people at the same time. And, think of a marriage. Usually depending on the marriage, the husband's the head of the house, and, usually, but not all the time, or like traditionally it was like that. And the wife is, the one that is led by the husband. So in this situation, just because they are the same, person, one submits to the other. And the way this also works is that you can have the same consciousness in two different people. It's kind of a clone. Another way to explain this scientifically is that they have an atom in one place and an atom in another place. Two different parts of the world. And one atom moves with the other atom. So although they're two different atoms, one has to do what the other one does. Like they move in sync with each other. And God is beyond our realm of understanding, that he could do things that we can't really do. So in the Old Testament, it talks about Jesus many different times. And there's a Holy Spirit that was mentioned. King David prayed to the Spirit. And Daniel said he saw a Son of Man standing at the right hand of God. So think about this. One computer with three different screens, right? And that's how this Trinity theory works. Not everybody believes in a Trinity. Some people think that Jesus was a prophet and he wasn't God. But that's the explanation, through the Trinitarian explanation about it. There is for instance, he said that he knew Abraham before he was born. So it's like God's like an undercover boss coming on earth. And he would submit to the will of his father. So, if you're in a video game, you have to talk to the main character, right? Which is you controlling it. Yeah. Because since he couldn't do any will on his own, he had to do the Father's will. It's basically the Father on earth. It's the same person. Because they both have to be in sync with each other. Jesus could do something else. He's not an individual person. He's from that. Synced with that. So that is the Trinitarian explanation on how Jesus and God are the same person, and the perplexity about that. And so that is the explanation for it. Exactly, and everybody, sees Jesus. When people have near-death experiences, they see Jesus. They, everybody sees Jesus, pretty much. And all different religions and non-religions, they see him. And that is how that is explained. Oh, yes. 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 A church day is tomorrow. Yeah. Amen. And God bless all of you. And I appreciate all y'all being here. Yeah. And more on Ben & Jerry's. In 2000, Ben & Jerry's was acquired by the global conglomerate Unveiler. Despite this ownership change, the company maintains an independent board of directors to preserve its unique social mission and brand integrity. Today, the brand remains a global leader in the ice cream industry, known as much of its activism in Free Cone Day. As for its iconic flavor like cherry, Garcia, and fish food. Let's see. Ben & Jerry's flavor are defined by a super premium style, high butterfat, low aeration. No, I didn't just wake up. I've been alive since 10 a.m. 10 p.m. Like 10 or 11 o'clock. I've been live for 6 hours. Oh, thanks, Mufasa. Glad that you're still here. Yeah. So, before I was in the garden, and then I came back in here to charge everything. Yeah. And it's been a really cool stream. Yeah, I never slept. Okay, Mufasa. And it was nice talking to you. God bless you. Jesus is with you. And thank you for your commentary about all this. All right, let's see the different flavors they have. Oh, okay, Beans. And yeah, I do miss you, and I understand with your shift. Thanks, Mufasa. And Bean said, sorry, and catch you more often. Yeah, since October, yeah. So, I hope everything goes well with you, Beans. And God bless you too, Playa. Yeah. And sorry I don't catch you more often, but I've been working second shift. Yeah. Yeah, I like that. God bless you too, Playa. I like that. And yeah, Beans, well, I hope everything goes well with your shift and your work you're doing. And whenever I'm able to get a chance to see you and chat, it's always nice to talk to you. And I hope everything's been going well with you, Beans, with all that you're doing. And yeah, I've been doing a lot with the garden, and going to be planting some more stuff and looking into different trials and conspiracy theories and stuff. So yeah, I've been having a lot on my plate with the channel. Yeah. All right. Fish food in 1997. A collaboration with the Vermont-based band and Fish. The band was deeply involved with the development, specifically requesting the inclusion of caramel. You're waiting for the weather to get warmer. Oh yeah, yeah. That is good that you are to wait because it's going to be a little bit cooler up there. Where I am, it's like warmer from where you are, but it's still a little bit cool where I am. So I'm growing some fall, winter stuff, but getting the thing ready for summer because that's coming around the corner. Right now I have broccoli and daikon and spinach growing. Oh, beans! I'm glad that you catch the replay. Okay, well, thank you for catching the replay. I appreciate it. And I've been pretty active lately with the different streams. During different trial reactions, I did even really, really long streams. I did one of them was 16 hours. That was wild. And so, yeah, I appreciate you catching those replays. And yeah, I've been doing a lot with the garden, but I'm going to do some more with it. Mm-hmm. We've been watching the animals, and there's some cats and raccoons that lurk around. That's what we've been watching too, and it has been an interesting time tonight with the different critters outside. Chunky Monkey, this fan favorite combines bananas ice cream with walnuts, large fudge chunks, exemplifying Ben's preference for varied textures. Half-baked. I didn't see the Louisiana meteor, no. But I'm aware of them. And I'm aware that there was drones that were being spotted over the military airspace. So there was this incident that happened. See, all over the world, there's meteors hitting the Earth. And in Australia, there was red. Everything turned red, like it was a red sky. So something's happening, and there's a blood moon. Something's going on. I'm not too sure what it is. But that's what I have been... Yeah, lots of theories been going around, yeah. And, it could be closer to the end times, or some people think it could be alien pods coming here, because there's a lot of these meteorites, or asteroids, whatever they are moving around like orbs. So there's theories that they're not really meteors. And there was this Louisiana one I didn't see, but yeah, it's all over the world there's meteors coming. So I do think something's happening, or something's going to happen or going on. And they think because of the AI Atlas, maybe that brought something in here. I'm not really too certain, but yeah, is it definitely something happening? And there are many theories out there what it could be. All right. Half-baked. 2 twisters, flavor that merge 2 existing flavors, chocolate chip, cookie dough, and chocolate fudge brownies. And we've been covering things about the different alien species and the elites that are connected with them, because there's different theories we've been diving into about what the aliens could be, and one of the theories is about them being time travelers, which is an interesting one from 56,000 years ago. A year from now, that is what we've been looking into as well. Many different theories about what the aliens are, and these reptilian leaders, what they have been doing to our world and things they're controlling, and the interconnections with the occult. So we've been pretty much exposing everything. Good morning, Brig. Commander, good to see you, buddy. All right, I'll get into a cryptid. I talked about some cryptids earlier, and I'll get into another one. All right, here we go. All right, the legend of the Loch Ness Monster, or known as Nessie, dates back to nearly 1,500 years, with the earliest written record appearing in the 7th century biography of Saint Columba. According to the text, the Irish monk encountered a water beast in the river Ness in 565 AD and supposedly drove it away by making a sign of the cross. While the local folklore long whispers and spirits like Kelpis invading the waters, it wasn't until the 1930s Nessie became a global sensation, spurred by a flurry of reported sightings following the construction of a new road along the Loch Ness shore. Modern Nessie mania was ignited in 1933 after the Intervenes Courier published an account of a local couple who saw an enormous animal plunge into the water shortly after the famous surgeon's photograph was published in 1934, appearing to show a long-necked creature rising from the murky depths. Although it remained primary proof for several years, it was revealed in 1994 that the elaborate hoax using a toy submarine fit with the fake neck. Physical monster is often described as resembling a plesiosaurus, a long extinct marine reptile with a slender neck, a small head, and large flippers. However, scientific scrutiny has largely debunked this theory, noting that plesiosaurus were cold-blooded and would likely not survive in frigid 5 Celsius water of the loch. Other researchers have suggested that more mundane identities, such as giant eels, swimming elephants from traveling circuses, or even optical illusions caused by a boat, wakes, and floating logs. Scientific. Oh, welcome to the Macaroni Crew, Beans. Nice to have you on board. Shout out to you. Despite the lack of proof, Nessie remains a vital part of Scottish culture, a massive driver for economy. The legend attracts roughly 1 million visitors to the Highlands annually, contributing to an estimated 41 million, over 50 million to the Scottish economy each year. For many, the true appeal lies not on scientific verification, but the enduring mystery of what might still be hiding in the dark, petty waters of the UK, largest freshwater. Yeah, yeah, beans, yeah, noise. Yeah, Nessie could be a dragon, yes. Oh, okay, Sonny. Nice to have you lurking in the back. Facts. Yeah. Okay. Explain. Say this. Now let's do this both. Yeah, I definitely think that he is a dragon of some kind. Yeah, I definitely think that is likely that it's some sort of Loch Ness, the Loch Ness dragon. That's probably more accurately what it is. Because there's thing is some sort of a source, but it's actually really that, technically. Definitely would make sense of it being a dragon. Before Nessie was reimagined as the prehistoric, the creature was often described as a dragon or serpent and water beast before it was described as a dinosaur, from both modern eyewitnesses and ancient Highland folklore. The modern dragon description was popularized by George Spicer and his wife on July 22, 1933. They reported seeing an extraordinary animal cross the road in front of their car near the loch. Description: they described the nearest approach to a dragon or prehistoric animal that I have never seen. And Brig thinks Nessie's just a weather balloon. Scared. Swamp gas. Yeah. Modern dragon description was popularized by George Spencer and his wife on July 22, 1933. The report seeing an extraordinary animal cross the road in front of their car as they drove near the loch. Spicer described it as the nearest approach to a dragon and prehistoric animal that I've ever seen. Physical traits: it was approximately 25 feet long with a long, wavy, narrow neck, slightly thicker than an elephant trunk. Behavior: the creature reportedly lurched across the road toward the water with a smaller animal in its mouth, leaving a trail of broken undergrowth behind it. Oh, interesting. And I met the Asian astrology signs show a dragon with all the other animals. Oh, yeah, that makes sense. And I do believe dragons, in my opinion, existed or exist somewhere still, maybe, but I believe that those were real. Yeah, very good point to bring up, Beans. All right, the Baithur Scottish dragon. In traditional Scottish Gaelic folklore, the Bayer is the closest equivalent to a dragon. It is a member of the Fuath, a classic malevolent water spirit. Yeah, I agree about them being dragons. I think they're basically the same thing. I mean, they look the same and everything. Right. And remember, right, these are some conspiracy theories that we, come up with, so it may not be backed up by, alleged mainstream narratives. But in theory, the dinosaurs and dragons exist at the same time. Yeah, they're basically the same thing. Yeah, I agree. I mean, they look identical. Origins, folks. Okay, we talk about that. Deadly race. Legends say that Bythur has venomous sting. If you got stung, you must race the creature to the nearest body of water. If you jump in first, you are crud. You are crude, and the Bythur arrives first, you die. So you really don't win either way. Origins. Folklore suggests the Bythur can be created if normal snake is deleted, but its head is not buried far enough away from the body. Okay, let's see this. But you were born in the year of the dragon. That's cool. Let's see. All right, before the word dinosaur was coined in 1841, many people who unearthed large mysterious bones assumed they belonged to dragons or giants. China's dragon bones. For 2,000 years, the fossilized dragon teeth and bones found in China were labeled as dragon bones and often ground up for use in traditional medicine. Nice. The griffin. Let's see. Proctrops. Protoceratops. Researcher Adrian Mayer suggests that the Scythian gold miners in the Gobi Desert may have found skeletons of the beaked dinosaur, which likely inspired the legends of the guardian of the Griffith. I believe Griffiths were real too. I believe that there are these, entities that were created maybe by hybrids. Some things God made, and other things people might believe in evolution or evolved. If people that believe in that, or either God made it or it was this angel and beasts of the earth mixing together somehow. All right, visual similarities. Some dinosaurs, such as the Dracorex, which means the Dragon King of Hogwarts, they have spiky. That's from Harry Potter. Have spiky skulls, look remarkably similar to dragons of European folklore. So, the dragons of European folklore are very similar to how these dinosaurs look. So, yeah, and the Bible talks about it too. Exactly. And so these different civilizations talked about them as well. So definitely the dinosaurs and the dragons are the same, in my opinion. Okay, Dragon Bible. The dragon appears in several forms, ranging from literal monsters to powerful spiritual symbols, evil and chaos. Yeah, scared. Scared. The word most commonly translated as dragon in Hebrew, which means the serpent, monster, large beast. Okay. The symbolism. The red dragon revelation, Satan is depicted as a great red dragon with 7 heads and 10 horns who wars against heaven and pursues a woman and her child. Empires as dragons. Prophets often use dragon imagery to describe wicked nations or rulers. For instance, Ezekiel refers to Pharaoh in Egypt as the great dragon lurking in the Nile, symbolizing its pride and opposition to God. The Leviathan. The Leviathan is something that is a known beast of some kind. Some people believe it could be connected, I remember when there was a Moby Dick book. I know it's kind of some people might think it's funny, wording, but it was, about the whale, the giant whale, and it was described as a Leviathan. And that was actually a true story. There's actually some whalers in the Pacific, and they got struck by a whale, and it sunk their ship. It actually happened. So the Leviathan is this mythical beast that is a dragon serpent, of some kind. Description. Job 41 describes it as a massive fire-breathing creature with impenetrable scales that no human can tame. Multiple heads. Psalms mentions Oh, thank you, Sabro. Dienos, often translated as terrible saurus or meaning lizard or reptile. Oh, thank you, Sabro. I can picture that. You see the head, but then you see a huge tail come out of the water later. Right. You could easily think it's some sort of huge Leviathan. Yeah. Yeah. That's also a feasible situation. I'm sure it's happened many times. Yeah, good point. And multiple heads. Psalms mentions a god crushed the heads of the Leviathan, reflecting the ancient Near Eastern myths of a 7-headed chaos serpent. Oh yeah, definitely a whale at night. Yeah. Many Earth creationists argue that the dragons were actually living dinosaurs that coexisted with humans. The behemoth described in Job 40 as having like a cedar tree, leading some to suggest it was long-necked sauropod like the Brachiosaurus Leviathan. Some suggest that this was a giant prehistoric marine reptile, such as the Plesiosaurus or armored Sarcosuchus. Large snakes are crocodiles. Aaron's round rod turns into a serpent before Pharaoh. Jackals, the King James Version, some verses mention dragons living in desolate places like Jeremiah. But modern scholars translate jackals, wild dogs, because the inhabited ruins. Kind of reminds you of Lion King, because that's what he did. They inhabited ruins. Let's see, go here. The behemoth and leviathan are not just monsters; they are ultimately examples of God's power over natural and supernatural worlds. The behemoth is described in the book of Job as the chief of the ways of God, a massive land animal that represents the strength of the earth. Diet and habitat. It is a colossal herbivore that eats grass like an ox, and it dwells peacefully in marshy wetlands, resting under the lotus tree and the willows by the river. Tail. Like a cedar, it moves its tail with strength and stiffness of a cedar tree. Bones. The metal bones are described as tubes of bronze and limbs bars of iron. Core strength. Power is centered on abdominal muscles and lions. Some people think that it's hippopotamus or elephant. Many suggest that the aquatic habitat critics compare it to the cedar. Dinosaur. The creationists often identify as the sauropod because of its massive size, long tree-like tail. Extinct megafauna. Other candidates include a giant hornless rhinoceros. Interesting. Ancient Near East origins. The biblical description. Okay, thank you, Beans. And Bean says a cedar tree trunk is much larger than an elephant. Yeah. I don't know much about a cedar tree, but that makes sense to me because whatever this is much larger than an elephant. Yeah, thank you. Ancient Near Eastern origins. The biblical description of these monsters draw from a shared cultural memory in the ancient Near East known as the Chaos Kampf, the struggle between Creator God and the forces of chaos. All right, your galactic Baal cycle. The biblical Leviathan is direct counterpart of Lotan or Litan, a seven-head sea serpent identified by the Canaanite god Baal. Psalm 74:14, which describes God crushing the heads of the Leviathan, uses nearly an identical language to these other myths. Babylonian, Enuma Elish. This creation of the myth, Tiamat, a primordial sea goddess of chaos, the god of Marduk defeats her and uses her body to fashion the heavens and the earth. Scholars note that Hebrew word for deep, Theom, in Genesis is linguistically related to the Tiamat. Oh, thank you. The trial we're watching is based in Hawaii, so I was wearing a Hawaii type shirt. All right, the biblical reinterpretation. Unlike the neighboring myths where gods must struggle a violent war to win, the biblical portrait God having absolute authority in Job. God plays with Leviathan like a pet, showing that these monsters are merely his creations, not rival deities. right? Behemoth is often compared to the Barchirosaurus, while the role alongside the Leviathan in the end times Apocalypse paints a picture of a final cosmic feast. Behemoth versus Barashirosaurus. Many who interpret the Bible literally suggest that Behemoth was a sauropod and group of long-necked dinosaurs that include the Barachosaurus. All right. So this is how the streaming works. I go live every single day. Okay. And usually I'd say in the evening tomorrow I might do a earlier phone live, but usually what happens is around 7 or 8 I'll do a computer live. And then at either midnight or after midnight I do a garden live. And then I come back in here and continue live right here. So I go live every single day, and that's what I do. Oh, thank you, Brig. A tail like a cedar. This is the strongest amounts for a dinosaur theory. Hippos and elephants have tiny rope-like tails like the Baratriosaurus and have massive muscular tail that could truly be compared to a towering cedar tree, but remember, the cedar tree is much bigger than an elephant. Bones of iron. The Bible describes the behemoth's limbs as bars of iron. The weight up to 80 tons, requiring an incredible dense pillar like leg bones to support the weight. The marshy habitat. In Job 40, the behemoth is said to be a lotus tree and covered in reeds. Early pantheologists once believed that the sauropods lived in the swamps and rivers to help support their massive bodies, which matches the biblical description perfectly. All right, now to the Book of Enoch. The apathetical role in the final feast. In the Jewish study times, the Book of Enoch is the behemoth and Leviathan serve as a specific symbol purpose at the end of the world. Separation. Did you get a lot of views during the garden stream earlier? Scared. Right, Beans. Scared. Yeah. I did. We have been having a good crowd. Right now, we're nearly at 1,000 views. Right now, we have 995 views. We're almost at 1,000. So, yeah, we got a lot of views tonight. And also earlier. Facts. Yes, Beans, the Book of Enoch is very deep, and we talk about that on the show often. And it goes into detail about these angels and the watchers and all that stuff. Yeah, it definitely goes very deep. I'll remember all of you, Brig, when I make it big. Yes, I sure will. All right, separation. Legend says God separated them to create the behemoth and the desert, and the Leviathan at sea, because if they were together, their weight would crush the earth. The Great Battle. According to Talmud and the Midrashic texts, the end times, God will command the two monsters to fight each other to the death. The behemoth will gore and Leviathan with its horns, while Leviathan will strike the behemoth with its fins. A banquet. For the righteous after they die, God will prepare a massive banquet for the righteous. Their meat will be served as a feast, and the magnificent tent will be made from the Leviathan's skin to shelter the faith. That's what they all say. Scared. Scared. Do I think that monsters are symbolic for countries? I think that a lot of times the monsters were symbolic for countries, yes. I do think monsters are real and there is some sort of hybrid angelic thing that was created, and God created some other creatures like monsters too, maybe. But yes, I do think it's symbolic about the different nations. Yeah, definitely. I think both are true. Yeah, absolutely. Hello, them. He's all right. Looks like it's a them. That's in the chat. While some see dinosaurs in the biblical texts and biological scenes, let's see. Medieval art, particularly within the Jewish manuscripts and Ambrosian. Yeah, don't spam the chat. It's, there's a... You need to strap your helmet on a little bit tighter, okay? You just put it in one sentence. And the medieval art, particularly within the Jewish manuscripts, the behemoth and the Leviathan were often described as matched pair representing the untamed wild. 3 monsters, medieval Jewish, are frequently groups of behemoth, land leviathans. The behemoth typically drawn to a massive ox or a bull, while the Leviathan is shown as a giant fish or dragon-like serpent. The Messianic banquet. Many manuscripts illustrate that the final battle where the 2 beasts destroy one another. One common image shows that the 2 monsters locked in combat, surrounding the righteous who are preparing the feast with them in the world to come. William Blake, the 19th century artist William Blake, created iconic engraving of the 2. He depicted Behemoth as a hippo-like creature and Leviathan as a coiled, scaly serpent. All right. Those are the and here is the hippo hypothesis. Mainstream scholars and biologists identify the behemoth as the hippopotamus. Linguistic roots. The name behemoth may have been Hebrew adaptation of the Egyptian word P-E-H-E-M-U, which means the water ox or river ox. The navel. Job 40:16 mentions a creature force the navel of his belly, a mammal of the hippo that have navels which dinosaurs which have hatched eggs would not. So I do believe that these. I do think it was probably dragons, but still, this is interesting speculation right here. The lotus tree. The habitat described as living under the shade of the lotus, willows, and marsh is exactly where hippos spend their days to keep their skin moist. River confidence. The text says that the behemoth is confident through the Jordan and should swell even to its mouth. Hippos increasingly equipped at standing their ground and fast-moving currents. The tail controversy. The primary objection to the hippo theory is that a tail, like cedar, some scholars argue that the poetic Hebrew tail could emphasize that the elephant's trunk simply poetic exaggeration. But I do think that these creatures had something to do with the stuff from the past. Let's see. No, let's go. All right, since the 20th century, some have claimed that the fossilized human footprints appear alongside dinosaur tracks. In scientific investigation, notably by Glenn Coupin in 1980s. Okay, Saw Girl, good night. Thank you for coming. Oh, I know, Beans, because before the flood, there was all kinds of creatures that existed. And, you know, I believe dinosaurs had something to do with those creatures. And a lot of, like, Lord of the Rings type world, where a lot of orcs and those mythological creatures people hear about, that is what those people saw. Like, you know, things that we can't even fathom or know about. And some of them survived the flood, or the other angels came later to create more hybrids. But no, I do think that we have no idea what existed before the flood. It would have been really a crazy world to be in. Oh, that is good, Brig. Or actually elongated dinosaur tracks with animals' heel tipped, and let's see, the ice stones, Peru. The andesite stones depicted humans interacting with hunting or even riding a dinosaur like Triceratops and Stegosaurus. While popularized in the 60s, the stone's widely regarded as a hoax, but I believe it's real. And discovery in the 1944, a collection of over 30,000 clay figurines included dozens of creatures resembling dinosaurs. It maintains archaeologists identify them as modern hoax, but they're probably real. The problem, no, the pro-Haman. 12th century temple carving often depicted a Stegosaurus. Critics argue it's more likely to represent of a boar or a rhino, but I think that it certainly is a Stephosaurus. Yes, yes. That is true. Beans. Oh, there's Adolf. I'm scared. Welcome to the show, and we're talking about these cryptids. We're talking not about cryptids, we're talking about the dinosaurs. Yeah. Creationalist view. The creational view argue that the dinosaurs were created on the same day as humans and survived the biblical flood only to go extinct later due to the post-flood environmental challenges. Biological coexistence. In the technical sense, humans do not coexist with the dinosaurs, but of course I believe that they did, in my opinion. Most likely. And let's see both. The stream got over 1,000 views. That's very cool. It's fascinating how out of place creatures, whether on a carved stone or found swimming in the ocean, keep the humans and dinosaurs debate alive. Here is the breakdown of the Ica stone depictions of the reality living fossils. Yeah, and Bean says Noah didn't bring 2 of each dinosaur, thank God. Yeah. Yeah. I'm glad that he didn't do that, and that's why we don't have these things anymore. There may have been some that survived or were created later as hybrids, but we don't have those anymore, dude. Yeah, glad that he didn't bring 2 of each dinosaur. Yeah. There's theories that the reason why there's still tall people is that it was, okay, the giants, he may have had Nephilim DNA, one of the daughters may have had it, or it was another thing where there's allegedly somebody that was a Nephilim that was on the boat, that latched on the boat somehow. That's a myth, but there's that. But yeah, they may have carried some of the Nephilim genetics. That's why the real tall people still exist. Now, but apparently maybe some of them survived the flood into the mountains, but people think that they didn't survive anything. So that's a interesting debate right there. But yeah, I'm glad that he didn't bring the dinosaurs aboard. The stones are famous from the showing humans and dinosaurs is complex, sometimes impossible scenarios. Say Triceratops. Some stones show humans riding these 3-horned dinosaurs like horses, or even performing surgery on them. Stegosaurus. Depictions of the feature of the iconic back plates. Interestingly, many of these Stegosaurus had skin patterns that looked remarkably like modern 1950s comic book art, which is the reason scientists believe they were carved recently. Yeah, rhinos do look like them. Yeah, that is true. We count crocodiles and iguanas, they kind of look like dinosaurs. Yeah, that is true. Both of those things look like dinosaurs, including the Komodo dragons. Yeah, that as well. Yeah, that is true. They look like dinosaurs with extra horns. Yeah.
Yeah, like maybe they're basically the same thing. That is the theory. Triceratops. Some stones show humans riding these three-horned dinosaurs' horns, and there is the Tyrannosaurus rex. Several stones show bipedal carnivores attacking humans. However, they are often drawn standing upright with their tail, digging on the ground, an incorrect posture that was common in the textbook but debunked in modern pantheology, which I think is real. Yeah, thought. Yeah. Living fossil species that appear nearly identical to the fossilized ancestors from millions of years ago. They discover often fuels the idea that if one ancient creature survived, perhaps the dinosaur did too. The coelacanth, the ultimate living fossil, scientists thought it went extinct 66 million years ago with dinosaurs. Until a live one was caught in the coast of South Africa in 1938. While it proved that lineage can hide for millions of years, it lives in deep ocean, a much easier place to hide than 20-ton land dinosaur. The Turatara, found in New Zealand. This reptile looks like a lizard, but belongs to a distinct lineage that flourished 20 million years ago. It is only survivor of the group. The horseshoe crab. These have remained virtually unchanged 450 million years, surviving multiple mass extinctions. Things that wiped out almost everything else. The gap problem. The brightest challenge for humans and dinosaur theories isn't the existence of living fossils, it's the ghost lineage. While we have continuous fossil records, horseshoe crabs and coelacanths, there's allegedly a 66 million year gap. Oh, they're strange looking? Okay. Let's see. Oh, peace and love and blessings to you, Beans. And good night to you. Thank you for hanging out with us. It was really cool chilling with you. Yeah, these things look weird. Scared. Yeah, those things look prehistoric. Definitely. Oh, they're dead when they washed on the beach? That makes sense. Thanks for clarifying.
Wow. Wow, that is big. Well, look how freaky this thing is. It's like scared. All right, let's see. Let's see how that happens. Okay. Oh, Beans, thank you for the super chat, the heart super chat, sticker. Appreciate it. Okay, let's try to see this. How? All right, reproductive and life cycle. Horseshoe crabs travel from the deep waters to the sandy beaches along the East Gulf Coast during the late spring, early summer, and their annual breeding ritual. They prefer breeding times are during high tides under new full moons. After the copulation of the females lay the eggs, which are extremely fertilized by the males. After a few weeks of incubation, typically 5 millimeters long, the larva hatched from the eggs. They usually lack the telsin and rely on egg yolk reverse for nutrition. As the progress into the further larval stages, short tension develops, inviting them to swim for short periods of time, and then begin feeding on a small marine organism. Some larvae may also disperse wildly during this phase, while remain near the beaches. Finally, after around 16 molts, attain maturity around the 10 years. All right. Males migrate to the shallow for deep offshore waters during the spring and summer for females. Females release the pheromones and attraction to males. Males gather around her with their pedipalps. Males fertilize the egg externally. Female digs a nest and lays 120,000 eggs. Right, Sonny, right. And that's the life cycle of these crazy things. Okay, underwater.
This is them underwater. Yeah, definitely neat.
Yeah, you see, look at that right there. He's just living his best life. Yeah, he looks like a floater. Yeah. You don't step on them while wading in the surf. You step on the blue crabs and pinch, but not these. I think they live a bit deeper. Yeah, living fossils, absolutely. All right, we're gonna figure it out. All right, horseshoe crabs are typically found relatively shallow coastal waters through their depth varieties, significantly depending on their age and time of year. Oh, that would be scared, scared. Adults, while they have been found in depths greater than 650 feet, 200 meters, adults generally prefer water shallower than 100 feet. Juveniles, young horseshoe crabs spend their first few years in extremely shallow intertidal sand flats, nursery areas like the Delaware Bay. If they have so many eggs at once, I wonder how many actually survive because you were littered with them. Thousands survived, I would think. Yeah. Adults, greater than 650 feet. Juveniles, young horseshoe crabs spend their first few years extremely shallow, intertidal sand flats, and nursery areas like Delaware Bay. Seasonal migration. During the spring and summer, adults migrate to the very edge of the water, intertidal zone, to spawn on sandy beaches, overwintering in the fall. Winter, they moved further offshore, foraging to stay water roughly to 20 to 40, 20 to 60 feet. It's the sea turtles are their enemies. Probably have to make sure a certain number of them. It probably is the most efficient way to fertilize the eggs. Horseshoe crabs lay a massive number of eggs because their survival rate is extremely low. Most eggs reach adulthood as they are critical for source for other animals. Right, right.
Yeah, he has to fertilize them. Egg lay 80,000, 100,000 eggs in one spawning session. She typically deposits them in clusters of 40,000 eggs per nest. Hatching rate only about 6 to every 10,000 eggs successfully hatch into larvae. Oh, good morning, Possum. Well, welcome to the stream. Rival. The odds of the horseshoe crab egg surviving becomes mature adult, which takes about 9 to 10 years, or approximately 0.01. First year survival. For those that do hatch, the struggle continues. It's estimated that every 100,000 larvae that reach the mud flats, only about 3 survive the first year. Oh, hello, Robert. Robert, with the draft, we're going to go play some ball and win the season. The primary reason for such low survival is the horseshoe crab's keystone food source. Prediction: migratory shorebirds such as the red knots depend on the eggs to fuel their long distance flights. They are used to eating sea turtles, fish, and crabs. Environmental factors: eggs may fail to develop due to overcrowding, lack of oxygen, or extreme temperature in the sand. Human impact: habitat loss from beach development, over harvesting for bait or medical use further impacts their ability to reach maturity. Yeah. Horseshoe crabs are preyed upon at every stage of their lives. While their hard shells protect them as adults, their eggs and larvae are vital food sources for dozens of species. Because the female horseshoe crab lays such massive quantities of eggs, provide a seasonal feast for many animals. Let's see. The shorebirds, the most well known group of predators, species like the red knot, ruddy, turnstone, and sanderling rely on the energy of rich eggs to fuel their migration. Many fish eat both eggs and the larva. So those are the one of the eggs. This is the predators of the adult ones. Adult horseshoe crabs have fewer predators because their tough, protective exoskeleton, however, they are still haunted by sea turtles. Longhead sea turtles, which have powerful enough jaws to crush the crab thick skin. Sharks. Some of the leopard sharks, and tiger sharks are known to eat them. Alligators. In the southern coast areas of Florida, alligators became observed preying on adults. Nope, they're not deterred by the shell. While the horseshoe crab shell is strong defense against many predators. Okay, Brig, have a good one. To think they predate the dinosaur but are still just chilling. Exactly, Vash. Right. Yeah, Brig. Salute. Well, the horseshoe crab shell is strong defense against many predators. Okay. Okay. Understood. Okay, Sunny and Brig, thank you all for coming and have a great day. All right. The crushing force. The longhead sea turtle, named for the massive heads. Named for the massive heads, they have exceptionally powerful jaw muscles and beaks designed especially to crush the hard shell of prey like horseshoe and crabs, clams, and whelks. Sharks, alligators. Large predators like tiger shark and alligators have high enough bite force to easily crack an adult carapace. Gravity impact. Birds that lack jaw strength to crush the shell use the environment to do work for them. Okay. Gulls. If a gull finds an adult horseshoe crab, it may carry an animal higher into the air and drop them into the hard surface rocks. Okay, and we'll do one more thing and sorry, one more thing. And let's do this. Vash the Stampede is a protagonist in the Trigun series, a classic space western anime series, and he is legendary gunman who known as the humanoid typhoon because destruction and chaos seems to follow him wherever he goes, leading to an unpredicted bounty of 60 billion on his head. The misunderstood outlaw. Despite his fearsome reputation, Vash is actually a goofy, kind hearted pacifist who refuses to kill. He spends his time traveling from town on the desert planet Gunsmoke, also called No Man's Land, trying to help people and shouting his catchphrase, love and peace. Secret reality. Most of the destruction associated with him is caused by greedy bounty hunters and insurance related disasters, not by Vash himself. not human. Vash is a plant, a sentient interdimensional being created to serve as a power source for human colonies. He's over 130 years old, but appears to be in his mid-20s. Vash said that's a anime that would almost get anybody interested because it's not too far from reality in a lot of ways, in my opinion. Yeah, because I just think that it's so similar to what people deal with now and with true crime stuff too, and betrayals and something just happening that's not unfortunate to somebody. It's just, yeah, I think it's very relatable, and it seems like more of a story that would happen in real life. Yeah, very good. I agree. The angel arm. His right arm can transform into massive city leveling energy cannon called the angel arm. He deeply fears the power and rarely uses it. Twin conflict. His primary antagonist is his twin brother, Millions of Knives, who shares his power but hates the humanity and wants to wipe them out. All right. Okay, so that will be it. Let's see. Got over 1,000 views and over 40 likes. We had a very great garden live tonight. Okay, so Vash, thank you and everyone lurking and chilling with me for this being here. Thanks for the super chats and on deck, and everybody have a great weekend and peace. Thank you, Vash.